By the end of this video, you will have learned every single piece of N4 Japanese grammar thanks to over 130 different examples taken from over 100 different video games throughout video game history. My name's Matt, and welcome to my video game textbook. As we work through all of the grammar points in the Japanese JLPT N4 level, I will try to be as concise as possible while also giving detailed explanations of each of the grammar points. I will include examples taken from scenes from all of your favorite video games to help both give you context as well as give you visual connection to each of these pieces of grammar being used so that you can learn exactly how they're used naturally in Japanese media that's aimed at native speakers, in order to help make you feel as confident as possible in mastering N4 Japanese. So, without further ado, let's get started.
ここに来るまでの間、ずっと願ってたよ。どうかここにいるのが君じゃないようにと。そのダイヤをどうするつもりだ?
First up, we have Ida. Ida is used when followed by a verb in the dictionary form or a noun followed by the no particle to express when you do something the whole time throughout a certain period of time. Because of this, it is often paired with words like zutto, continuously, as this also expresses the same concept of doing something the whole time within a set period. Like in this first example, ここに来るまでの間、ずっと願ってたよ. We can see here that the speaker was wishing the whole time ずっと願ってた during the period before the guy he's listening to came here. ここに来るまでの間. So either can be used to express both the physical space between one thing and another, for example, Tokyo to Osaka no aida, between Tokyo and Osaka, and it can also show the time between one event and another, for example, 9時から5時までの間, between 9 to 5. So you can see here that Ida is used to talk about between these two things, whether it's a verb in the dictionary form or a noun followed by no.
クリス・スタンフォード、コードネームバラ発信。こいつを追いかけて、上海からお江戸に7年ぶりに舞い戻ってきた。だが、この7年の間に、俺のしていたお江戸、特に犯罪者たちのたむろする旧市街は、すっかり様子が変わってしまっていた。
The next piece of grammar, Ida ni, is very similar to Ida, but one difference is that it's used to express doing a momentarily action rather than a continuous one over that period of time. For example, here from Cyber City, the main character says that the town he knew has completely changed over this 7-year period. So the action here is kawaru, to change, which is a momentary or temporary action. It is not a continuous one, right? The kawaru, the change, only happens once, for example. Take, for example, in this sentence, 散歩している間、ずっと雨が降っていた. While I was walking, it rained the whole time. Okay, so clearly a continuous action during that period, and during that period of walking, it rained the whole time. Great. And now with 間に、散歩している間に雨が降り始めた. While I was walking, it began to rain. The action of beginning only happens once. It isn't continuous like 降っている. Here it's just 降り始めた. It began to rain, which is why 間に is used instead of 間. So in our first example, the character was thinking about something the whole time, so he used Ida, and in this example, it changed during that time, so it's an action that only happened kind of once or momentarily, and this is why we use Ida ni.
僕くん、縁側のあるうちに住むのは初めてかい？このうちならどこにいても涼しい気持ちのいい風が入ってくるだろう。だから一応扇風機はあるんだけど、あんまり使ったことないんだよね。
そうなんだ。
あんまりない is used in combination with the negative form of an adjective or verb to describe something that you don't really do. ない can be conjugated normally into the more polite negative ません or past forms as well. And amari can be turned into anmari to make it a little bit more casual, like seen here in Boku no Natsuyasumi, where the speaker says that he doesn't really use it that much. Anmari tsukatta koto nai. Or for example, if you didn't like something, for example exercise, you could say undo ga anmari tsuki janai or anmari tsuki janai. I don't very much like exercise.
昔この星を災害が襲った。お前たちの祖先は逃げ回り、隠れたおかげで生き延びた。星の危機はセトラの犠牲で回避された。その後でのうのうと数を増やしたのがお前たちだ。セトラはこうしてレポートの中に残るだけの種族になってしまった。
Next we have atode. This is used to express doing something after another thing, used with verbs in the casual past form like 授業が終わった後で家に帰る, or with nouns followed by the not particle, like seen here in Final Fantasy VII, where Sephiroth is explaining to Cloud how thanks to the sacrifice of the Cetera, after that, その後で, humans started to increase in number on Earth.It can also be used by itself without needing to be connected to anything else, just like 後で meaning later.
ジーベル、やっぱりあなたなの？どうしてこんなことを？
どうして？人間たちが俺たちにしたことを考えればわかるだろう。
The conditional form ば is used to express that if one condition is met, then the next thing will be certain to occur.If A, then B. Here in Bloodstained, Jiberu is saying to Miramu that if you think about what the humans did to us, 人間たちが俺たちにしたことを考えれば, you will understand, right? わかるだろう. So here we can see the connection between the two events. If the first thing is done, then the second thing should occur. So if you do the first action, 考える, to think or consider, then you put it in the ba form, so 考えれば, then the following thing will happen. わかる, to understand. Meaning that if she just considers what the humans did to them, she would understand why he is doing what he is doing.This statement following the ba form is generally used with assumptions or general facts, but cannot be used to express will, intention, or commands. It needs to be a hypothetical situation. And so it's often not used with your own actions because you can decide what your outcome is.The ba conditional form has a few rules that you need to remember in order to conjugate it correctly. Firstly, if you use it with verbs, you need to put them in their dictionary form, and if the verb ends in a u sound, then you need to change it to an e sound, followed by ba. So, 食べる would be 食べれば, 飲む would be 飲めば, 行く would be 行けば, and so on.To use it with negative verbs, change the e in nai to nakereba, turning if you do A, B will occur into if you don't do A, then B will occur. For example, here with 勉強する to study, 勉強しなければ if you don't study, or 行かなければ if you don't go, then something will occur.For e adjectives, you turn the last e into kereba, so 大きい into 大きければ. So you can see the last e here has been removed and replaced with kereba. And the same for negative e adjectives, 大きくない into 大きくなければ. And lastly, for na adjectives and nouns, they follow the same rules. The adjective or noun must be followed by naraba or de areba, like 便利ならば if it's convenient, or pizza ならば if it's pizza.And for the negative form, じゃなければ, a little bit more casual, and でなければ, a little bit more formal, to say that if it's not A, then B will occur. 便利じゃなければ, if it's not convenient, or pizza じゃなければ, if it's not pizza, then the following thing will happen.The ba form is an incredibly important piece of language to become familiar with, but try not to stress too much about all the rules and the conjugations. You will get used to them with time. Just remember that everything kind of ends in this eba sound, so try and work your way to get to that sound depending on the piece of language that you're trying to use. And also just keep in mind that it's used for mostly hypothetical situations, so you don't usually use it for, things that you know the outcome is for, or with things that have an obvious outcome like facts and reality.
屋敷は立ち入り禁止だ。特に男はな。
はいはい、じゃあ私。
女の場合はもっと面倒だ。あ、でもレズリーさん、なかなか可愛いっすよ。
なかなか？
By wa. as for in the event of or in the case of. This next piece of language can follow casual form verbs, nouns with the nor particle, or adjectives to speak about something and put highlight on that particular case or event. For example, you may see on a warning sign in the event of a fire, 火事の場合は, or in the case of an earthquake, 地震が起きた場合は. And then following that will explain about that event or case. Like seen here from Final Fantasy VII Remake, the speaker is saying that as for in the case of girls or women, 女の場合は, it is more trouble, もっと面倒だ. So we can see here with these examples that 場合は is commonly used to express general facts, statements, or opinions and advice about a topic. 火事の場合は119をかけます。In the event of a fire, call 119. Or 地震が起きた場合はテーブルの下にくぐってください。In the event of an earthquake, please go under your tables. Or like here, 女の場合は as for in the case of women, もっと面倒だ. They are more trouble. Or like here from 弾丸論破.
正しい黒を指摘できれば黒だけがお仕置きですが、もし間違った人物を黒としてしまった場合は黒以外の全員がお仕置きされ、生き残った黒だけが最終学園から卒業できます。
If you can point out the right guilty person, only the guilty person will be punished. But if you point out the wrong guilty person, everyone except for the guilty person will be punished, and only the guilty person will be allowed to graduate from the school. So if we have a look at the piece of language for 場合は, here we can see
もし間違った人物を黒としてしまった場合は
So in the event that you make a mistake in the person that you choose as being guilty, then the following will happen.
あの乱闘は俺たちのせいじゃない。
いつだって言い訳ばっかり。相変わらずね。
Bakari, only or nothing but. Bakari is used to express being nothing but or doing only one thing. It follows nouns or verbs in the te form and can be used in both the positive and negative situations to express surprise, shock, or even judgment. Here from Witcher 3, the speaker clearly is expressing a little bit of judgment on Geralt, and she says,
いつだって言い訳ばっかり。相変わらずね。
いつだって always 言い訳ばかり nothing but excuses 相変わらずね as usual, huh? One thing to note here is that it's not 100% clear whether she means it in a negative way or she's simply stating that he always has excuses. This is where you need the context and your own judgment on the situation to know whether the speaker is actually speaking positively or negatively about the person. Another interesting thing to take note of is how bakari here is actually spoken as bakkari. This is because bakari is used in written language, whereas bakkari is used in spoken language, so you can see that there's that space in between the ba and the kari. So to be nothing but something or to only do one thing, bakari.
よし、とりあえず泳ぐか。
先輩マジ泳ぐんすか？ほらダリーシパスで。
何見てんの？あんたらだけで入りゃいいじゃん。
だけで just by doing, or with only. This next piece of grammar here is used to show something being done just by another verb or noun, simply by following a verb in the casual form or a noun by itself. Dake de is actually a combination of dake, meaning only, and de, the de particle, meaning with. So quite literally meaning only with. In this example from Persona 4, Yusuke wants Chie to jump into the water with them, and he looks at her, but she replies saying, "What are you looking at? It'll be fine if you guys just go in, right?" Antara dake de, only with you guys. or just with you guys, is used to show that she doesn't want to be included and instead just them, antara dake de, literally only with them, jump in. Or like here from Star Ocean.
ここのうちのお父さんは大工さんなんです。今は隣町で大きな仕事をしているらしくて、家にいないことが多いんですよ。
子供たち2人だけで留守番かい？
Are they house sitting just with 2 kids? So here we can see futari dake de to express only with 2 people. So talking about the fact that only these 2 children are in the house, there are no parents around. And so in both of these cases, you follow what you are talking about, saying that it's only with that, with dake de. So it could be futari dake de, only with 2 people, or like we saw in Persona, antara dake de, just with you guys.
その日、人類は思い出した。奴らに支配されていた恐怖を。鳥かごの中に囚われていた屈辱を。
Dasu, to begin to start to burst into, or out, as in jump out or carry out. This is used after a verb's stem form to express an action or event that suddenly happens, and can actually emphasize a kind of outward action. For example, the action being carried out, or suddenly started. Like warai dasu, to laugh out, or tobi dasu, to jump out, which can also be seen as just suddenly laughing or suddenly jumping out. It adds this feeling of movement to the verb that it's like coming out. Like seen here from Attack on Titan, where omo here by itself means to think, and then omoi dasu means to remember. So it's like to begin to think about something, to remember something, recall, or recollect. So you can see that the action of thinking is happening right now. Jinrui wa omoidashita. Mankind remembered. Here talking about the fear of being dominated by them and the humiliation of being captured inside a birdcage. And we can also see here in Langrisa where the use of dasu adds this sense of movement and action being carried out or starting suddenly. The enemy has begun to move. So ugoku here meaning to move, ugoki dashita to begin moving, and then here it's the polite form, so ugoki dashimashita. The enemy has begun to move.
お忘れでございますか？盲腸の娘をお助けいただいた女でございます。
でございます to be the honorific form of de aru. This first piece of honorific language we'll be looking at, the N4 level, is de gozaimasu. This is a further polite level of des, and it's mostly used in formal situations, such as work staff speaking very respectfully to their customers, or even in more older speech, such as with kings, queens, and lords. Here we can see from Ryuga Gotoku Isshin, a game set in the Edo era of Japanese history. お忘れでございますか？盲腸の娘をお助けいただいた女でございます。Here we can see that the woman is speaking very politely to the main character and asking, have you forgotten? お忘れでございますか? Which is both a formal and polite way of asking if you have forgotten, followed by saying that she is the woman who received your help with her daughter who had appendicitis, actually from the previous example we had in N5. This last de gozaimasu could actually be easily replaced with des or even da if you're wanting to speak more casually. Onna da, I am the woman. Onna des, I am the woman. Or onna de gozaimasu, I am the woman. And they're all saying exactly the same thing in Japanese, just with varying levels of politeness and formality. So next time you see this de gozaimasu, just remember that this is an honorific way of saying de aru or des to be.
もうすぐ来るよ。
みんな何してるんだ？パーティーでもやるのか？
おめでとう。
Demo, or something, or how about. So we learned that in the N5 that demo can be used as a conjunctive to say but or however in Japanese. However, this next use of demo is actually used to suggest something non-specific. Take for example this sentence, ゲームでもしましょう. Let's play games or something. The demo here, following the noun, is showing that the noun isn't necessarily the only option, but it's kind of suggesting one to the listener, which is why it could also be translated to how about, as it has this feeling of kind of suggesting something. It's a potential option. Like seen here in Sonic Generations, where Sonic is asking whether they're gonna do a party or something. Party demo yaru no ka? So you guys doing a party or something? So here he's asking whether they're doing a party and offers party as one of the options that they might be doing. Maybe they're doing something else, but party is just one of the potential options. Party demo, a party or something.
Oh! Cargo ship ではないか.
ではないか, right or isn't it? Next we have a little bit more of a formal expression. ではないか is exactly the same as the casual じゃないか or even じゃん in super casual speech. ではないか here means to not be, and か is making it a question. So it's asking, is it not? Or in more natural English, right or isn't it? This is a more formal way of questioning whether something is the case or not, and we can see that being used perfectly right here in the next example from Final Fantasy IX, where Steiner, a more formal personality here, is quite stiff. He mutters to himself, "Isn't that a cargo ship? Cargo ship ではないか." So here we could also make this expression even more polite and not just formal by changing the ではない into ではありませんか. So now it's making it polite as well as formal. So if Steiner were wanting to be even more polite, perhaps he was speaking to the Queen or something, perhaps he would say カーゴシップではありませんか? All of these expressions, じゃん、じゃない、じゃないか、ではないか、ではありませんか, they all have the same meaning, but again, they just differ in the politeness and formality levels, which all stem from ではない and じゃない.
母の意志を継ぎ、私が大統領に就任する、この国を救うために。
それがブリジットの意志であり、未来を作ることになる。
サム、お願い。あなたが必要なの。
が必要, something you need or something is necessary. This is another easy piece of N4 grammar that is used to express when something is needed or is necessary. Simply follow a noun with either wa or が必要 to express that that thing is needed. Now you might be wondering, if we can use both wa or ga before 必要, what's the difference? That's a good question, because actually in many situations you can only use one and not the other, as it would sound strange. So what's a good way to figure out what sounds the most natural? Well, think of wa as meaning as for, and think of ga as meaning the one that is. Just keep this in mind as we go through these examples. あなたが必要 and あなたは必要. Which sentence sounds more natural to you? As for you, you are needed, or you are the one that is needed. Clearly the second one here fits this situation much more, as she is telling him that he, in particular, is the one who she needs. Ga is useful in these situations of pointing out something to someone and saying that one. Ga is also known as the identifier marker for this reason. It's like you're pointing your finger at something and saying that's the one, right? So あなたが必要 means you are the one that I need, rather than just as for you, you're needed. Great! Okay, so how about this next example?
それは持ち主に返す。俺にハンカチは必要ない。
What sounds more natural? As for handkerchiefs, I don't need them, or handkerchiefs are not the one that I need. So here, Snake is giving back a handkerchief because he has no need for it. Not because it's the wrong item he needs, it's just because he doesn't need it. That's why wa is used and not ga. As for handkerchiefs, I don't need them, right? So he's saying that this is something that he just doesn't need. Hankachi wa hitsuyo nai. If you were to say hankachi ga hitsuyonai, it feels like he wants something else. So try and keep in mind this useful translation for the wa and ga particles, as I feel it will really help in majority of the cases, as it does for me personally, wa meaning as for and ga meaning the one that is.
私が車のシートに身を沈め、ちょっとだけ深呼吸すると、まるで頭の真ん中で光の時がチカチカと明滅したような不思議な感じがした。
Ga suru, to smell, to hear, or to taste. Ga suru is used after a noun to express the sensation that is attached with that particular noun. So this could be taste, smell, sound, or even feeling. Take for example aji for taste. Aji ga suru means that it tastes a certain way. Nioi for scent or smell. Nioi ga suru means that it smells a certain way. Or you have a smell, you can feel a smell. Or like seen here in Boku no Natsuyasumi, fushigi na kanji ga shita. I felt a mysterious feeling. So kanji here means your feeling or your sense, and it's followed by ga suru means that you feel that feeling or that sense. Another word that expresses a similar thing is seen here in Final Fantasy V. Kaze no shinden, washi mo soko ni ikanakereba naranai yona ki ga suru zoi. The Wind Temple, I also felt the feeling that I had to go there. So ki here can mean spirit, mind, or even feeling. And so ki ga suru here would mean to have the sense that something is the case, to have a feeling that it is, or to have a hunch. And so these nouns that have a kind of sense to them, like sight, sense, taste, feeling, that type of thing, when they're used with ga suru, it's used to actually kind of express doing that sense, right? You're actually smelling something, feeling something, tasting something.
ありがとう。でも、だからって私に恩を着せようとしたってダメよ。もちろん命乞いにも応じられない。その手には乗れないんだから。何をそんなに怖がってるんだ。別に怖がってなんかいないわ。警戒してるだけよ。
Garu or gateiru, to show signs of or to appear a certain way. This next piece of grammar often trips up learners of Japanese. Quite simply, garu turns adjectives into verbs. Take for example the adjective kowai, meaning scary or frightening. If you wanted to say that someone was being frightened or scared, you are now talking about their appearance, or being a certain way. And here you would use kowagaru or kowagateiru to express this. This expression is generally used with other people and not yourself, although there are exceptions. And so expressing this example perfectly is seen here in Xenogears, where the main character is asking this girl why she is being so scared. Nani o sonna ni kowagatteiru n da? And she replies with, betsu ni kowagatte nanka inai wa, keikai shiteru dake yo. I'm not doing anything like being scared, I'm just being cautious. So here we can see in both examples, both with the question and the answer, that it's about her state of appearance, right? She appears to be scared. Kowagatteiru, the expression for appearing or showing signs of being afraid. And you can use this with a whole ton of different adjectives. For example, if you were to say samui, cold, if you were to say samugatteiru, it means that someone looks like they are cold. Or for example, tsuyoi, meaning strong, you could say tsuyogatteiru. They're kind of showing signs or they're trying to look strong.
マト君、君、僕のこと見えてる？10ヶ月も僕のこと知らんぷりするなんてひどいや。僕はいつだって君のこと見てるんだからね。恥ずかしがり屋の僕を困らせるのはやめてほしいな。でござる。
Gutty, someone tends to, they have a tendency to, or a sensitivity to. Now, gutty is actually connected to the previous expression garu and gatteiru, where previously it was used to express an adjective turning into a verb, but now gutty is a noun that is used to express someone's tendency to be a certain way. This is almost exclusively used to talk about people's personality or their sensitivity towards certain things. So our previous example of kowai, to be scared, here here it could actually turn into kowagari. This means that you are a scaredy cat. Your personality you have is being afraid, right? You are a person that gets afraid of things. And this can be used with a whole lot of other different adjectives like hazukashi, sabishi, and tsioi. Or even things like samui and atsui. All of these things are used with gari to talk about a person's personality and tendency to be a certain way. So, like seen here in Animal Crossing, where our little monkey friend here says that he would like us to stop putting a shy guy like him on the spot like this. Hazukashi gari, meaning the tendency to be embarrassed, followed by ya, which means a person, so hazukashi gariya means a person who is shy. And so he's talking about his own personality here, and he's saying that, look, it is my personality to be someone who is embarrassed, hazukashi gariya. So don't put me on the spot. And as I said, you can use this with a whole bunch of different adjectives. So if you were to say samugari, this means that you have a tendency to be cold. Maybe you have a friend who's always cold, they are samugari. Or atsugari, someone who is always hot. It's kind of their personality to be hot. Or sabishigari, someone who's always sad and lonely, right? It's a very, very useful and helpful little piece of grammar here to describe someone's personality.
お主が水のクリスタルを持っていることをグローリア王女が気づいたようだ。このままでは。
ご安心ください、アンドロ殿。私めに策がございます。
Gozaimasu, to be and to exist, the polite form of aru. Much like how we saw previously that de gozaimasu was the honorific form of des and de aru, now gozaimasu is the same for aru. So all you need to do here is simply change aru to gozaimasu, like seen in this first example from Bravely Default. Saku ga gozaimasu. So here saku means plan and gozaimasu means to have, the same as aru. Saku ga arimasu, saku ga gozaimasu. So the more casual way to say this would be saku ga arimasu or saku ga aru, but here the speaker is being more polite and uses gozaimasu instead of arimasu. The negative form of aru is nai, and much in the same way, gozaimasu's negative form is gozaimasen, like seen here in Street Fighter V.
飼い犬に手を噛まれた無能がいるそうだな。
まだ終わったわけではございません。
Mada owatta wake de wa gozaimasen. So, if you were to say it more casually, mada owatta wake de wa nai. Or to be more polite and use the honorifics, mada owatta wake de wa gozaimasen.
はじめはただの珍しい隕石だと騒がれていただけだったのですが、やがて異変が起こりました。平和だったエル王国に突如、多くの魔物の群れが出現し、暴れ始めたのです。
Hajimeru, to start or to begin to. Much like the previous grammar point dasu for something to suddenly occur, hajimeru is used in the same way after the stem form of a verb to mean to start to or to begin to do something. But where dasu had a feeling that the verb suddenly occurs, hajimeru is more about your intentional action to begin doing something. Take for example the following sentence, kodomo ga tobidashita and kodomo ga tobihajimeta. The first example with dasu has a feeling of it kind of suddenly occurring. The child suddenly jumps out. But with hajimeru, it feels more like a controlled, intentional action, and it shows that they've just begun to do it. So think of the difference as like one of the actions is beginning to occur, and the other one is being intentionally started. Like seen here in Star Ocean, the herd of monsters appeared,
魔物の群れが出現し、
and they began to rampage.
暴れ始めたのです。
So here, abareru meaning to act violently or to rage, abare hajimeru means to begin acting violently or raging or rampaging, so it's kind of a conscious decision that they're making to, cause destruction and rampage. Or like seen here in Final Fantasy VII Remake.
ミッドガルを建設してる時、プレートが落ちたんだって。まだ人が住み始める前で、大ごとにはならなかったんだけど。
where Aerith is explaining that it was before people began living here, 人が住み始める前で, so it wasn't a big problem when the plate fell. And so we can see with all of these examples that you put the verb in the stem form followed by 始める to express that you're beginning to do an action. Whether it be 食べ始める to begin to eat, 読み始める to begin to read, or 住み始める to begin to live.
クラブアムール、ここを撮影していた防犯カメラがあるはずだな。
Hazuda. It must be or it should be. This next expression, hazuda, is used to express expectation that something should be a certain way. And it's a very common piece of language that you will see in pretty much every single piece of Japanese media. To use with verbs, you need to put the verb in the dictionary form. And for nouns, you simply follow the noun with no and then hazuda. And then with adjectives, you have to put them in their full form followed by hazuda. So like here in Judgment for the PS4, the main character is looking for a security camera that he expects should be around here. And so he thinks to himself, 防犯カメラがあるはずだな. There should be a security camera around here, right? カメラがある means the camera exists, and then カメラがあるはずだ means that the camera should exist. And so here this expression is being used to show that there's an expectation that something should be around here. The camera should be around here. カメラがあるはずだ.
これまでだ。バカな、こんなことがあるはずがない。このシステムを破れる人間などいるはずが。年貢の納め時だ。マークぜ。
はずがない. It cannot be. It's impossible. The negative form of hazuda, to express something that is expected to be or should be a certain way, here, hazuganai means that something is expected to not be the case, or that it cannot be. So expressing a very strong belief that something is almost impossible, as it's expected to not be possible. Like seen here in Cyber City Oedo 808 for the PC Engine, where after shooting the girl, he tries to access the panel and he's surprised that he can't. And he says, こんなことがあるはずがない. There is no way that such a thing could be. So this piece of grammar is used exactly the same as hazu, but you just simply replace the hazuda with hazuganai to express that something cannot be or that you cannot expect it to be the case, right? It's impossible. What the?
さっきから視界に何か開いて邪魔なんだけど。
それは並走の表示だ。ともかくそれを使って目の前の D を処理するんだ。
どれが何だかわかんないけど。
味方ユニットを操作するにはカーソルを合わせ丸で選択する必要があります。必要がある。You need to or it is necessary to. Similar to the previous ga hitsuyo, where you say that something is needed, this time hitsuyo ga aru means that it's necessary to do something. This expression is mostly only used with verbs in the dictionary form. For example, iku to go, iku hitsuyo ga aru means that there is the need to go. It's necessary to go. Or 勉強する to study. 勉強する必要がある. It is necessary to study. You need to study. Or here from 13 Sentinels. 味方ユニットを操作するにはカーソルを合わせ丸で選択する必要があります。So, in order to move with your allied unit, you need to select with the circle button. So here, what is necessary is the verb that comes before 必要がある. 選択する to select, here is the thing that's necessary. You can also use this in the negative form by simply changing the aru in 必要がある into nai or ありません, like seen here in Final Fantasy X, where Seymour asks Yuna to marry him and says,
スピラは劇場ではない。ひとときの夢で観客を酔わせても現実は変わらん。
それでも舞台に立つのが役者の務め。今すぐに答える必要はありません。どうかじっくり考えてください。
今すぐに答える必要はありません。どうかじっくり考えてください。 There is no need to answer right away. 今すぐ答える必要はありません。So 答える here is the action, 必要はありません means that it's not necessary to do. So you don't need to answer straight away. 今すぐに答える必要はありません。ちょっと危ないじゃない？おのれ怪物め！俺の魚を横取りしようったってそうさせないぞ！ The volitional form, 意向形。The 意向形 or volitional form in Japanese is a verb ending used to show the speaker's volition or will to do something. It's often translated as let's in English. This is the same form as mashou, the expression that we learnt in N5. The only difference is that mashou is actually a polite and formal version of the volitional form. To use this piece of grammar, all you need to do is remove the final ru syllable in ru verbs and replace it with yo. For example, taberu into tabeyo or miru into miyo. And then with u verbs, change the final vowel to o and then add a u. So you have an o. Like yomu into yomo or kao into kao. And finally, with irregular verbs like suru, you would conjugate it into shio, or kuru to come into koyo. And these are irregular verbs that don't follow the normal rules. Now you can use this volitional form to both express let's do the verb, like let's eat or let's play, like here in our first example from Persona 5.
あ、そういや昼から何も食ってねえんだった。ここで別れんのもなんだしよ。なんか食い行こうぜ。
Where the speaker is suggesting that you need to eat something. なんか食い行こう. Kui here is actually the casual vulgar way to say eat from ku, and then iko here is, as we just learnt, the volitional way to say let's go. Iku to go, iko, let's go. Now it doesn't always have to be let's, as we can see here in our next example from Dragon Ball for the Super Nintendo, where we have a young Goku yelling at Bulma in the car, thinking that she's trying to steal his fish. オラの魚を横取りしようったってそうさせないぞ。So, オラの魚, my fish, or 横取りしよう is actually here showing the volition or the will to steal his fish. And so yokodori is to steal something, put in the volitional form to express the will to do that action. So Goku is saying that even if you have the will to steal my fish, yokodori shiyota te, I won't let you. そうはさせないぞ。
旅の方なんですか？
え、おう、まあそんな感じかな。
どこからいらっしゃったんです？
いらっしゃる to be, to come, and to go. This next piece of polite and honorific language we have is いらっしゃる. Now, this piece of grammar falls under the category of what is known as sonkeigo, which is one of the 3 types of keigo or honorific speech in the Japanese language. Now, to put this as simply as possible, sonkeigo is the honorific language you use towards others' actions, not yourself, your family, or your company, but others, to put their position up and make them feel honored and respected. Irasharu is the sonkeigo form of iku to go, kuru to come, and even iru to exist. Often you'll see it used by staff speaking with customers, or even just with very polite people who are wanting to speak to you in an honorable manner. Like we can see here in Star Ocean, the girl is wanting to be as polite as possible to a man who just saved her life, and she wants to make him feel honored. And so she says, どこからいらっしゃったんです? Which means exactly the same as どこから来ましたか? Where did you come from? But we can see here that the verb kuru has been replaced with いらっしゃる to make it more polite and honorific. She is putting the listener here above her and using sonkeigo.
なんなんやお前は。あくそー。この危ないなめんなよ。
危険ですのでこちらはお預かりいたします。
いたします to do. Itasu or itashimasu is another piece of keigo or honorific speech in Japanese, but this time it's under the category of kenjogo, which means humble speech. So where with sonkeigo you put the great honor and position on the listener's actions and putting them above you, kenjogo is the opposite. This is where you depreciate oneself to praise the listener. You put yourself down to put others up. And so itashimasu is the kenjogo or humble version of suru, to do. And you use this form of honorific speech, kenjogo, only with your own actions to show honor or respect to the listener. You are putting yourself down to put their position up. Now, this is a very common piece of language in business speech when you are talking about your own actions, like seen here from this incredible scene from Yakuza 0, where Majima is being incredibly humble and polite with this quite rowdy customer who's really causing a scene in his establishment, but you can really feel in this scene the level of professionalism and politeness that Majima here is portraying when you look at the way that he uses keigo in this scene. First, he says, "Kiken desu no de, kochira no o azukari itashimasu." O azukari itashimasu is the humble way to say that he will look after something or hold on to something, this being the ice pick. He could say azukaru to be the casual way to say to hold on to something, like seen here in Metal Gear Solid.
ところで、あの光ディスクはベーカー社長から預かったものだな。
But here, he's actually being humble, talking about his own actions. This is giving respect and honor to his customer, which a good employee should do, which he even uses again in this scene when he finally decides to give the customer exactly what he wants and fights him. Here he says,
「そこまでお客様がお望みなら、この真島、僭越ながらお相手いたしましょう。ただし、私からは一切手出しはいたしません。何しろ、お客様は神様ですから。
So here, aite suru here means to accept a challenge, to take someone as your opponent, right? To have someone as your sparring partner, your fighting partner. But here he says, o aite itashimashou. So he's using the kenjogo way of saying aite suru.
あの野郎遅えじゃねえか。
輪島さんに呼び出されてビビっちまったんですよ。
Janaika, right or isn't it? This next piece of grammar, janaika, is used to say right or isn't it, or even to be kind of like why don't we, as a confirmation of something. Now this is exactly the same as the previous piece of grammar we covered, de wa naika, however this is just the more casual version. So like in these examples,
あの野郎遅えじゃねえか。
That bastard, he's late, right? Or isn't he late? So here we can see osoi meaning late, and then osoi janaika, isn't he late? Or like also seen here in Dragon Ball Z.
地球って言ったな。まあまあの星じゃないか。
You said it's called Earth, right? It's a pretty decent planet, isn't it? So mama no hoshi janaika means isn't it a, relatively good planet? So you can see that it's used as kind of confirmation. In the first example from 13 Sentinels, he's saying, isn't he late? It's kind of getting confirmation. He's late, right? And the same thing here where Nappa says that it's a pretty good planet, right? Mama no hoshi janaika. So it's used to get confirmation from the person that they're speaking with.
勘弁してくれ。2回も払わせるなんておかしいだろ。
おかしいかどうか決めんのはお前じゃねえ。俺が払えっつったら黙って払うんだよ。
かどうか, whether or not. A very useful piece of grammar that is quite simple to learn. It means whether or not. So like in this example, 正しいかどうかわからない. I don't know whether it is correct or not. Tadashi here meaning correct, and kadoka means whether or not. And wakaranai means I don't know. So the thing you're referring to comes first, follow it by kadoka, and then followed by your statement afterwards. Like seen here in Cyberpunk 2077.
かどうか決めんのはお前じゃねえ。
The one that decides whether or not it's strange is not you. So, おかしい here meaning strange, おかしいかどうか, whether or not it is strange, you're not the one that decides. Or like seen here in 13 Sentinels.
本物がここにいないなら、あなたは誰だというのか。
説明したって信じやしない。それとも君の僕に対する感情は本物かどうかが重要なのかい？
それは
本物かどうか重要なのかい? Is it important whether or not I'm the genuine article or real deal? Here referring to the fact that she is in fact a boy cross-dressing to hide his identity as a spy and not the real person that he believes her to be, or even the real gender. But the spy here turns it on him and asks whether or not it's important if she's the real deal or not as far as his feelings are concerned towards her.
私がこんなに好きでも二人は死んだら生まれ変われるかしら。
Kashira, I wonder. Kashira is a feminine expression that is mostly used as a way of asking a question or to show that you're thinking about something. It has the same usage as the more gender-neutral expression kana, and it's placed after a phrase at the end of a sentence, like seen here in Valkyrie Profile.
死んだら生まれ変われるかしら。
If I die, will I be born again, I wonder? So, 生まれ変われる means to be able to be reborn, and then followed by kashira to show that she is pondering or thinking or wondering about whether or not that's the case. Or like here in AI Somnium.
この季節にしては珍しいわね。これじゃ足跡を取るのも難しいんじゃないかしら。
Well then, wouldn't it be difficult to also take footprints, I wonder? Referring to the murder happening in this rainy season. And so in both of these examples you can see that kashira here is put at the end of a sentence in the exactly same place that kana would actually be, but it just is a more feminine way of saying kana.
女に振られたのかい。おめえ早いとこ帰んな。ママが心配してるぜ。そう言うなよ。仲良くしようぜ。
Kai, the yes or no question. A nice and easy expression here. Kai just goes wherever you would have ka or deska at the end of a sentence. The difference between kai and deska is that kai is about asking a yes or no question. It is how you ask a closed question in Japanese. Now, this piece of grammar is casual and it's mostly used with children or with people of equal or lower status. It does feel a little direct to be asked a yes or no question, and so generally in Japanese, people like to avoid being too direct, which is why it's more of a casual piece of language. You would not use this with your boss or someone above you. It might seem a little bit kind of arrogant to ask someone a yes or no question like that to someone above you socially. So kai is mostly used for casual situations. Like seen here in Cobra for the PC Engine.
女に振られたのかい。
Were you dumped by a girl? So you can make this question more polite, like 女の人に振られたのですか? Is it that you were dumped by a girl? But here at this bar, this guy is coming across a little bit aggressive and cocky to the main character, and so he makes a direct yes or no question about whether he was dumped, forcing him to make this confrontation about whether or not he was dumped by a girl.
はるか昔、いや、もしかしたら遠い未来のことかもしれない。
かもしれない might or perhaps. かもしれない is a piece of grammar that is used with verbs, adjectives, and even nouns to indicate a possibility of something. It's often translated as might or perhaps. For example, 高いかもしれない it may be expensive. 面白いかもしれない perhaps it's funny. This is a neutral level expression that can be used in normal conversation, like seen here in the Legend of Heroes opening sequence. はるか昔、いや、もしかしたら遠いの未来のことかもしれない。It may be that it is the thing of a distant future. You can make it even more polite by changing かもしれない to かもしれません. Or like seen here in 龍が如く維新, you can speak in a more slang manner.
おやっさん、どうだ龍馬。 傷にしみるかもしれんが、数年ぶりに飲まないか。
So kamoshirenai has turned into kamoshiren. You can even just shorten the entire piece of grammar to just kamo to be casual, which is a really common way of using kamoshirenai with kind of friends or family. Instead of the long kamoshirenai, you can just use kamo. But it depends on your personality. Some people may still use the full kamoshirenai.
俺の物語の最終章なのかも。
Like seen here in Final Fantasy X, Titus chooses to use kamo, the shortened version here. This makes it feel like he's talking with someone more close and personal, which adds more feeling of closeness to this particular part in the story. If he were to use kamoshirenai, it doesn't necessarily feel like he's talking to a friend, but the fact that he used kamo, it feels like he's telling you this close, important, personal story.
みんな珍しい服を着てるよ。
珍しないわい。珍しいのはお前の方じゃ。
変なの？変な格好。そんなに変かな？
Kana, I wonder. So as mentioned before, here is kana, the gender-neutral way of expressing I wonder in Japanese. So like seen here in Ni no Kuni, Oliver is wondering if his clothes are really that strange, as he just arrived in this strange new world, and to him, his clothes are totally normal. And so he says, "Sonnani hen kana?" I wonder if it's that strange. So you can see that it's used exactly the same as kashira, you just put it at the end of a sentence to show that you're wondering something. Omoshiroi kana? I wonder if it's interesting. Muzukashii kana? I wonder if it's difficult. Oishii kana? I wonder if it's yummy.
マシュアがいいって言うなら隕石はあげるよ。けど、俺まだ走れそうにないから、太陽石は兄ちゃんたちが作ってくれる？安心してちゃんと作り方は説明するから、太陽石は隕石と黒水晶から作られるのは知ってるでしょ？
De or kara tsukuru, to be made from or made with. This next expression is used to show what something is made from or made with. Generally speaking, de tsukuru is made with and kara tsukuru is made from, but often the two can be translated as the same and interchangeable. Like in this example, この机は木で作られています。As for this table, この机は木で by or with wood 作られています。It is made. So it's used to talk about the origin something was made from. Like here in Final Fantasy XII, where the boy is explaining that the sunstone is made from the shadow stone and black quartz. 太陽石は隕石と黒水晶から作られる。So we can see the topic that he's talking about, 太陽石, the sunstone. As for the sunstone, 太陽石は, and then we have what it's made from that's coming before the kara. So we have the shadow stone and the black quartz から作られている。
お前が命を懸けて得た勝利など何の意味がある？違う！
傷つけ合うことの何倍もの強さで人は愛し合うことができる。いつかきっとそのことに気づく時が来るわ。それまで私は戦い続ける。たとえ私が力尽きても新たな戦士がきっと答えを見つけてくれるわ。
きっと surely, undoubtedly, or most likely. Another nice and simple piece of language here for the N4 level is kitto. This is used to add a high degree of certainty to what you're saying. 明日はきっと雨でしょ。As for tomorrow, it will surely rain, right? Or like here from Valis on the PC engine. One day the time will surely come when they realize that thing. So here she's expressing that she is very certain that the time will come when people will realize. きっと気づく時が来る。Or like seen here in Okami,
きっとこんな時は酒の力が物を言うのだ。
It's undoubtedly times like this that the power of alcohol really speaks words. So you can see that in both of these situations, the speaker is certain that the thing that they're saying is true, and so they've used kitto to express this.
すまん。
竹地さんのこと聞いて。ごめん、嫌やったら。
兄弟みたいなもんだった。ガキの頃から。
Koro and Goro. Koro and goro are used to mean around, about, or when, and the usage between koro and goro does differ, so make sure to pay attention to how they're different in usage. They both also often appear as kanji, so you'll have to know which is the correct reading based on its context. But don't worry, it's very simple. For goro, it's used with a noun of time, like 5 p.m., 8 a.m., now, that kind of thing. And it means around or about that time, like around 5, goji goro, or around now, ima goro. Koro generally refers to the time when something. Now it can be used with verbs, adjectives by themselves, and nouns when followed by the not particle. For example, wakai koro, when I was young, kodomo no koro, when I was a child, or sakura ga saku koro, the time when cherry blossoms blossom. So this first example we have is from Ryu ga Gotoku Isshin, and the main character here says, 兄弟みたいなもんだった. He was like a brother to me. ガキの頃から. Ever since I was a kid. And so ガキの頃, the time when I was a kid. So we can see here that we have the noun followed by the no particle and then koro to express this. So ガキ for kid, ガキのkoro, the time when I was a kid. Or like seen here in Zelda Link to the Past. でも気をつけていくのですよ。今頃は城の兵があなたたちを探し回ってるはずです。But go while being careful. Around now, the soldiers of the castle should be searching around for you. And so ima for now, and then goro because the noun here is being used is a noun of time. So ima goro and not ima koro. So just make sure to remember that goro is used with nouns of time and it means around that time, and koro is used with many other different situations and it means when you were that, right? Around the time when.
人によって支配されてこそ初めて存在価値がある。人は太古より他者との争いで自己を鍛え、奪うことで富、支配することで栄えてきた。
Koto, the verb nominalizer. Koto, grammatically speaking, is known as the verb nominalizer, and all this means is that it just turns a verb into a noun. So now you can use it to talk about just like you would talk about a noun. I like to think of it meaning as kind of like the thing of doing that verb, because koto does actually mean thing, and it helps you see how the verb is being treated, like it's a thing. For example, taberu to eat, and taberu koto, the thing of eating, or just simply eating. Now you are talking about the verb as if it were a noun. Now this is exactly the same as the ing in English, where you can use a verb as a noun, and it often translates the same way as well. ゲームをすることが大好きです. I love playing games, or I love the thing of playing games. Or 考えることがたくさんある. I have lots of things to think about. Or I have a lot that I'm thinking about. Or like seen here in Final Fantasy XIV. People from ancient times have tempered themselves through disputes with others, getting rich by stealing, and have come to prosper by ruling. So we can see here that both ubao, to steal, and shihai suru, to rule, are verbs. So to talk about them as nouns, simply add koto to the end and you can now talk about these actions as if they were nouns. So ubao koto, the thing of stealing or just stealing, and shihai suru, the thing of ruling or just ruling.
俺がもう少し早くついていればお前にはまだすることがある。シェーナを助けるんだ。もうお前しかいない。
ことがある. There are times when, or sometimes do X. ことがある is used to say when there are times when something. For example, like here from Xenoblade Chronicles.
ライン、ひどいよ。
すまん。頼み事があったんだけど、いなかったしさ、お前。
僕だって外の空気を吸いたくなることもある。
There are times when I want to breathe the open air. It can also be used to say sometimes do, like たまにピザを食べることがある. There are times when I eat pizza, or sometimes I eat pizza. and it can even be used to express that you have things that you need to do, like seen here in Legend of Dragoon. お前にはまだすることがある. As for you, you still have things you need to do. There is, however, a strict rule when using this grammar point that it must be used with a non-past verb. If you use it with a past tense verb with koto ga aru, then it becomes a completely separate grammar point, ta koto ga aru instead, which talks about having the experience of having done something. So as you can see, koto ga aru is a very useful and varied expression that can be used in a whole lot of different situations to talk about there being times when you do something or that you have things to do, or even to talk about having an experience doing something.
城内に侵入者がいるぞ！探せ！
命拾いしたな。今日はこれで引き上げる。まあ、慌てなくてもこいつのような雑魚相手なら、いつでもたやすく我らの占領下に置くことができるだろう。
ことができる. You can or you're able to do. ことができる is now another piece of grammar that uses koto, but this time it's followed by ができる, which means that you can do something or that you're able to do whatever came before koto. This way of expressing being able to do something is basically the same as a verb's potential form, but it's just simpler to use. And you can see how this could actually combine with some of the previous grammar points that we discussed, where you nominalize a verb first by turning it into koto, and now you can talk about being able to do that verb. Like seen here in Trails of Mana, where this bad guy says,
いつでもたやすく我らの占領下に置くことができるだろう。
At any time, I could easily place you under my military occupation. So here, 占領下に置くことができる means that he is able to place him under his occupation. 置く to place, ことができる able to do, under military occupation, 占領下に. So as long as you follow the rules on how to nominalize verbs, you can use this with any nominalized verb to say that you're able to do it. So for example, maybe you can speak. Instead of saying hanaseru, you can say hanasu koto ga dekiru. I am able to speak.
お母さんのドラゴンが死んじゃったから、お母さんも。
聞いたことがある。幻獣を呼び出す力を持つ者、召喚師。
あのドラゴンはこの子の母親が。
じゃあ、あなたたちがお母さんのドラゴンを。
すまない。まさか君の母さんを殺してしまうことになるとは。
ことになる. It will be decided that, or it will turn out that. This grammar point is used when, irrespective of the speaker's volition, an arrangement or decision has been made by some other unspecified person or party that something will become a certain way. It's quite similar to the passive form in this regard. Even if a speaker were to use it for their own actions, it would come across very indirect and in a way a little bit humble. It will be decided that, it will turn out that, it will be arranged that. All very passive ways of saying that something is happening. So let's look at some of the following examples from Final Fantasy IV.
まさか君の母さんを殺してしまうことになるとは。
Here, the character is surprised that by killing the dragon in the cave, it would also turn out to kill this little girl's mother as well. お母さんを殺してしまうことになる. So here, it's a passive situation. He killed a dragon and it turned out that her mother also died in the process as they were connected by some sort of mystical link. So he's not saying that he killed her mother, he's saying that it turned out that her mother was killed because he killed the dragon. Or like seen here in Dragon Slayer, funnily enough, Legend of Heroes.
この時、世継ぎのセリオス王子はわずか6歳。セリオスは王位継承の時までサースアイ島のエルアスタの町で養育されることとなったのである。
So it was decided that Serios would be brought up in Eruasta village until the time of inheriting the royal throne. So we can see that the person who decided this situation to happen is not clear. It's a passive action. Who did it? We don't know. It's just being decided. It's happening regardless of Serios' desire or will. So that place, de yoiku sareru koto to natta. Now, we can also see in this last example that koto ni naru has actually become koto to naru. Now, this functions in exactly the same way, it's just a more formal and strict way of expressing the same thing. And here, it's this tale is being told of kings and princes, and so it feels much more natural here to use koto to naru, which is a little bit more artistic and formal and fancy way of saying koto ni naru.
高気圧が張り出し、終日お出かけ日和の晴れとなるでしょう。続いて、週明けの空模様です。
晴れだって。洗濯物干そうっと。行かないの？
出かけることにした。ことにする to decide on. If you are wanting to show your direct volition or will in making something happen, rather than the passiveness of koto ni naru, you would use koto ni suru to express deciding on something. Like seen here in Persona 4, the narration speech in the game says, dekakeru koto ni shita, which means you decided to go out. And that's exactly what he did. He then left the house. So you can see that direct will or volition in the action, deciding to do something with koto ni suru. Or like seen here in Front Mission for the SNES. もう十分だな。そろそろ証拠を消すことにしよう。And so here, this guy is saying that he will decide now to get rid of the evidence. So, 証拠を消す to get rid of the evidence, ことにしよう let's decide to do it. Or that he will decide to do it, as we know that しよう can be both let's or another way of showing a will to do something. So where koto ni naru is a way of passively stating a decision has been made about something, koto ni suru is a direct way to show your intention and will to do that very action. So, もっと日本語を勉強することにしましょう。Let's decide to study Japanese more.
逃げろ、グッコは。
ピッコロさん、どうして？
早くしろ。
しないで。お願い、いらないで。
To make something with kusuru or nisuru. Another slightly related grammar point, this time used when you are making something a certain way with adjectives. So if we were to take any E adjective, let's say oki for big, if we were to change the last E sound of any E adjective and replace it with a ku suru, this now expresses how to make something in the way of that adjective. For example, oki, big, okiku suru, to make something big. Kowai, scary, kowaku suru, to make something scary. So if you are changing the attributes of something to match the adjective, this is how you would use it. So like seen here in this example, Piccolo is yelling at Gohan to hurry up. Hayai is the E adjective for fast or quick, so hayaku shiro is the imperative form of hayaku suru, so he's ordering Gohan to make it quick, or in other words, to hurry it up. With na adjectives, as they function the same way as nouns, all you need to do is attach ni suru to the end of the adjective, like seen here in Final Fantasy VII, where Cloud says, やっぱり俺たちは自分のために戦ってるんだ。自分と自分が大切にしてる誰か何かそのために戦う。Explaining how everyone is actually fighting for themselves and for the things that they make important to themselves, like here with taisetsu, a na adjective, followed by ni shiteiru, the continuous form of ni suru, so the continuous action of making something important to you, as in the things that you hold dear, taisetsu ni shiteiru koto. Boko kyuni tomaru na. Kyuni for quickly, immediately, or unexpectedly. When you want to express doing something suddenly or unexpectedly, in Japanese you can use kyuni before a phrase that you want to express doing all of a sudden. Quite often appearing with the kanji as seen here in Final Fantasy V, where Boko the Chocobo suddenly stops running. The main character flies forward off of his trusty chocobo and crashes into the ground. And so the main character says, kyuni tomaru na. Tomaru here is the verb for coming to a stop, na is ordering him not to, and kyuni is doing the action suddenly. So, don't suddenly stop. Kyuni tomaru na.
日が暮れるまでにガーデンに戻ること。それまでは自由行動よ。
Made ni, by the time or indicating a time limit. Made ni is a piece of grammar used to give a time limit to something, to set deadlines or times in which you want something to be done by. It's often seen following nouns of time or date, but it can also follow verbs in the dictionary form. The example we have here from Final Fantasy VIII is showing the time limit in which Quistis wants an action to be done. And so she says, 日が暮れるまでにガーデンに戻ること. You are to return to the garden before or by the time it gets dark. So the action here is modoru, to return, and then the time limit is shown immediately before made ni. So let's have a look. 日が暮れる. So before the sun sets, or before it becomes dark. And also, as I said previously, you can also use it with verbs, often verbs that indicate some time period as well, like seen in this example here. 30歳になるまでに結婚したいです. I want to get married before or by the time I'm 30. So 30歳になる to become 30, までに before that happens, 結婚したい. I want to get married. Mama, as it is or in this current state without changing. Mama is used here when something is being left in the current state without changing, so as it is. So picture something staying exactly the same without any change whatsoever. That's the situation in which you use mama. And you can use it with verbs, nouns, or adjectives. For nouns, they need to follow the not particle. For example, 昔のまま means just the same as it was since a long time ago, something that hasn't changed at all since the past. Or like here from Nier Automata, このままじゃダメ. このまま means being left like this, and じゃダメ means is not good or is not acceptable. Where in this iconic scene from Nier Automata, the robots are rebelling against you and saying that it cannot keep on going like this. このまま being left like this, じゃダメ is no good. And as I said before, it can be used with verbs and adjectives. For adjectives, it's simple. Just put the adjective in its full form. So, 熱い for hot would be 熱いまま, leaving something hot. Or 綺麗 for pretty would be 綺麗なまま, something remaining beautiful. But for verbs, there is a little bit of a rule that you need to follow, that you can only use mama with the past or negative forms of verbs, not the present tense. So you cannot say iku mama in the state of go. See, even in English it doesn't make much sense. But aketa mama, being in the state of being left open, sure, no problem. And same with the negative, shinai mama. Right? So suru to do, shinai to not to do, so shinai mama being left in the state of not being done or being left unfinished. Great, that works as well. So just make sure that when you use mama with a verb, it must be in one of these two forms. Like seen here in Final Fantasy IX.
しかし、どうしたのですか? 長い間ブルメーシを出たまま行方知れずになっていると聞きましたが。
So, deta mama here is being left in the state of having left a certain place. Here, burumeshia or deta mama means being left in the state of having left burumeshia and not coming back, and kind of has this sense of not even hearing from the person. They just left and it just stayed that way ever since then. And so mama here is that state of being a certain way, being left that way.
いらっしゃいませ。
どうも。
ウォールマーケットが誇る最高のエンターテイメント、ミツバチの館へようこそ。ハニーガールまたはハニーボーイのご指名はありますか？
または both or otherwise. Upon arriving at the Honeybee Inn in Final Fantasy VII Remake, the receptionist behind the counter greets you to his fine establishment and asks Cloud if he has any requests for any honey girls or honey boys. Honey girl または honey boy のご指名はありますか? So here we can see または being used between two options that he was given, honey girl and honey boy. And this is one way of how mata wa can be used. It's as a choice between two options, a choice between A or a choice between B. Now it does take a little bit of understanding of context in that certain situation that's being used as to whether it means both or whether it means or, because it can be used as both. So here in the Final Fantasy VII example, it meant or, right? Honey girls or honey boys. But like in this example, 電話またはメールで返事してください. So here we have a formal sentence that is asking you to reply back whether it's through phone or mail. Either is okay. So this is a bit of formal piece of language that's not so commonly used in casual speech, but for situations such as business or when you're speaking with customers, it's quite a normal expression to talk about either both or.
あ、次は藤崎の自己紹介みたいだ。
皆さんはじめまして。名前は藤崎しおりです。
みたいだ, like, similar to, or resembling. The first of 3 grammar points at the N4 level which use mitai is mitai da, and it's used to express something seeming to be the case. It's used after reasoning or judgment after some piece of information, and then you make that conjecture or guess based on that reasoning. It is the colloquial or spoken version of yoda. So like here from Tokimeki Memorial, one of the students is judging based on what's happening at the front of the class that the girl is about to do her self-introductions. 自己紹介みたいだ. This could be translated into it looks like, or even it seems that, next is Fujisaki's self-introduction. So it can be used with adjectives, nouns, or even verbs. 夏みたいだよ. It's like it's summer. 彼女は少し疲れてるみたいだ. She seems to be a little bit tired. And we can see that it's placed at the end of the sentence to express this judgment or reasoning.
いくらナメック星人だってよ。一匹やそこらじゃ俺たちにはハエみてえなもんだぜ。
The next of the 3 uses of mitai is mitai na. And this example, unlike the previous, is not used at the end of a sentence, but rather in the middle. And it's used to modify a noun to be like or similar to another noun or verb. With mitai na, you can modify a noun to be just like another noun, like in あなたみたいな人はすごいと思う. I think a person like you is amazing. Or even for a noun to be like a verb. 彼が持っているみたいなパソコンが欲しい. I want a computer like the one he has. So it can be used as either noun みたいな noun or verb みたいな noun. Like seen here in Dragon Ball Z.
いくらナメック星人だってよ。一匹やそこらじゃ俺たちにはハエみてえなもんだぜ。
俺たちには, so as for to us, ハエみたいなもの. You are a thing like a fly. So we can see here もの, a thing or a person. We can see that ハエみたい or ハエみて in the slang version is describing what type of もの he is like. He is like a fly. ハエみたいなもの.
それにしても暑くてもうダメかも。さっきからおかしなものが見えるわ。ほら、あの岩山のあたり、なんだかたくさん人がいるみたいに見えるけれど。
The final use of mitai is mitai ni, and this is used for verbs or nouns to modify other verbs or adjectives to be like them. And this is used when you're expressing that you're doing something like X or you're appearing like X. For example, 子供みたいに遊んでいる. They are playing like children. So 子供みたいに like children 遊んでいる are playing. Or for adjectives, あなたみたいに美しい人は初めてだ. あなたみたいに means like you, and then 美しい人 is a beautiful person. 初めて is the first time. So it's the first time seeing a beautiful person like yourself. あなたみたいに美しい人. Or like here in Fire Emblem 3 Houses.
なんだかたくさん人がいるみたいに見えるけれど.
So here we have a verb modifying another verb. いる to exist and 見える to look like. So in this sentence, たくさん人がいるみたいに it's like there are a lot of people. 見える it appears. So it appears like there's lots of people. So an example of a verb modifying another verb. たくさん人がいる many people exist みたいに見える it looks that way. Or for example, like here from Shadow Tactics.
Wanaか。面白い。
動かないで。あんた何者？一匹狼か。
ガキか。奴らが探していたのはお前か。
いや、私じゃない。私は猫みたいに静かなんだ。
I am quiet like a cat. So 猫みたいに静かなんだ. So here, her quality of being quiet makes her like a cat. She's as quiet as a cat.
あなたたちもしぶといわね。いい加減諦めてやられたら。
そのセリフ、いい加減聞き飽きたわ。何百年も戦い続けてきたのよ。ここで引くわけにはいかないわ。
More. As many as much as, or up to. So we've learned in the N5 that more can mean to or also, and that is its basic use. However, the next use of it at the N4 level is that it can also be used to express as many as much as, up to, or nearly a certain amount. And this grammar point is always preceded by a counter of number or time. So that's one really nice way to tell it apart from the N5 usage. So like seen here in Hyperdimension Neptunia Victory.
何百年も戦い続けてきたのよ。
So the counter of time being used here is 何百年, many hundreds of years. More, up to, or as many as, 戦い続けていた. We have come to continue to battle. So you can see that here it's being used to show a certain amount of number that's not necessarily specific in exactly how many it is, but it's as much as, it's up to, or it's nearly. So 何百年, many years, more, up to the point of being many years.
この奴ら相手にあの男は手こずっていたのか。うわ、助けて。そのセリフは聞き飽きた。同盟の豚め。ガキ、耳障りな。俺の楽しみを邪魔するな。
Nah, don't do something. A very nice and easy piece of grammar next is na. This is simply put at the end of a verb in the dictionary form to order someone to not do that action. You will see it a lot in video games and manga, and in fact we've already seen it in this video a few times. One thing to keep in mind though is that it is quite directly ordering someone not to do something, and so you wouldn't really use this with formal situations. It's mostly used in casual situations such as with your closest friends, and even then it can come across quite strong. It can be softened by adding yo to the end of the na, but still it is quite strong in emotion to use in most situations. It's very heavily seen in media because there is so many dramatic scenes, like here in Suikoden 2. 俺の楽しみを邪魔するな. Don't get in the way of my fun. So here it's a very emotional response. 俺の楽しみ, my fun. を邪魔するな. Don't get in the way of it. So this situation is quite strong in emotion, and he is a psychopath trying to have fun murdering people and telling you not to get in his way, so it makes sense for him to be quite emotional in the way that he orders you not to do something. Or also, like seen here in Xenoblade Chronicles, simply telling the other person not to come, but it's more of a yell, right? It's very emotional. This expression is a clear, strong, and emotional order telling someone not to do something, so try not to use this too much yourself, otherwise you may give someone quite a bit of a surprise when you add na at the end, ordering someone not to do something.
警察の発表によりますと、爆発などの危険は今のところないということですが、秋葉原を訪れた買い物客や地元商店街の関係者からは不安の声が上がっています。
Nado, such as or things like. Nado is another really nice, easy grammatical particle to mean things like or things such as, or even just etc. Now, this is used after nouns, like seen here in Steins Gate.
警察の発表によりますと、爆発などの危険は今のところないということですが、
According to the police announcement, they said that for now there is no danger of things like explosions. So, bakuhatsu nado, things like explosions. Kiken wa nai, there is no danger of. So you can see here that nado is showing that explosions are not the only thing that could be dangerous in this situation, and that's why bakuhatsu nado, things like explosions, is used. Or like seen here in Final Fantasy IX. Kisama, 何を言うか、姫様がこそこそする必要などない。So you bastard, what are you saying? The princess has no need to do the likes of sneaking around. So both things like explosions, bakuhatsu nado, or things like needing to sneak around, こそこそする必要など, each time it's following a noun to say things like that noun or things such as that noun.
だが、確かにあの頃私たちは多くのものを愛し、多くのものを憎み、何かを傷つけ、何かに傷つけられ、それでも風のようにかけていた。青空に笑い声を響かせながら。
Nagara, while, during, or as. Nagara is a conjunction which indicates that the action expressed by the preceding verb takes place at the same time as the following statement after. So, the first thing is happening at the same time as the second. One thing to note is that the verb that is connected to nagara is always secondary to the following verb. The following verb is the main action. So, nomi nagara hanashimashou would be to have a talk while drinking. So you might be at a cafe having a chat while you drink. So the most important thing here is the having a chat. That's why it's hanashimashou, but it's nomi nagara while you're drinking. Or if you were to say hanashi nagara nomimashou, it makes it feel like the drinking this time is what's more important and the talking is secondary, which sometimes might be true. To use nagara, the first verb must be in the stem form. So as we have seen, hanasu, to talk, hanashi, the stem form, hanashi nagara, while talking. The example found for this grammar point comes from the opening of Chrono Cross, and this is where, especially in written work that is a little bit more poetic or artistic, you will actually see the sentence order moved around for artistic effect, and that's what has happened here. So quite an artistic bit of language right here. Sore demo means even though or even still. Kaze no you ni, like the wind. kakete-ita. We ran. So we ran like the wind. Aozora ni, into the blue sky, warai goe o hibikase nagara, while making our voices resound into that blue sky. But even still, the meaning is the same, even though the word order has been a little bit changed. While making their voices resound into the blue sky, they ran like the wind. So if you wanted to say this in a more traditional sentence that you might learn in a textbook, you could say it like that. You could say, Aozora ni warai goe o hibikase nagara, kaze no you ni kakete-ita. And so here, the main action is running, regardless of the position, because the verb connected to nagara is always the secondary action. So the main action here is that they are running, and the secondary action is that they are laughing into the sky. And so this scene definitely paints quite a nice time, a time when everyone was happy, even though things had its ups and downs.
しばらくは天気も崩れないみたいだし、ちょっとの雨くらいなら大丈夫そうだよな。けど、夜になるとドキドキして、すぐに寝れないってことないか？なかなか寝れない。
Naka naka nai. Not easy to, struggling to, or not able to. Naka naka nai is a useful piece of language that's used with verbs in the negative form to show you that the verb is not easily done or that the speaker is struggling to do that verb. Say, for example, you're trying to sleep, but you're just not succeeding. You could say, naka naka neraremasen. I'm not able to sleep, or naka naka nerarenai. Just like seen here in Persona 4, as the main character says, he's struggling to sleep. So naka naka is actually an adverb that means considerably or quite when used with positive words, or by no means or not readily with verbs in the negative, like in this grammar point. So you may also see it used like here in Wise 7. Adoru, naka naka kirei na hana janee ka. So, hey Adoru, it's quite a pretty flower, isn't it? I personally like to use the translation quite for naka naka, as in English we can use that for both positive and negative situations, just like naka naka can. I'm not quite able to sleep, naka naka nerarenai, or it's quite pretty, naka naka kirei da.
それにまゆしと同い年だから学校も行かなきゃいけないだろうし。
Nakereba ikenai. Must do something or have to do something. Nakereba ikenai is a way of expressing obligation that you need to do something. And it's something that has a sense of obligation that comes from within yourself. So we learned in N5 nakute wa ikenai and nakute wa naranai, and this is a little bit more stiff and formal version of the same thing. Now, they are mostly considered the exact same and used exactly the same way. When looking this up in Japanese, I've often come across Japanese explanations saying they're the same thing. However, this N4 grammar, nakereba, is not as commonly used in conversation, but may appear more in written text or in more formal situations. If we were to break them both down grammatically, we will see they're actually two different ways of coming to the same place. Nakute wa means in the state of not doing it. Ikenai is no good. Nakereba is the ba form of nai. So if you don't do it, ikenai, it's no good. So you can see they're both really similar. Nakereba ikenai generally means that something is not good if you don't do it, and it's kind of subjective, which means it's more based on individuals' thoughts and feelings, and actually in conversation it's much more common to see it used as nakya. So like we saw with nakute wa ikenai, that was nakcha. This time it's nakya. And this form is much more commonly seen, especially when spoken casually with friends or family, like in this example from Steins Gate. Ikanakya ikenai. I must go. So it could be by itself, just ikanakya, or it could be ikanakya ikenai. Just remember that the ikenai part here is used to show that you feel a sense of obligation to do something because of something that you've decided.
チコ、大人になるということは自分で生き方を決めることだ。正しいことを貫くためには親や家族、故郷を捨てなければならないこともある。
Nakereba naranai. This time, if you wanted to express an obligation to do something that feels more like a rule that's determined by others, nakereba naranai is what you can use. Again, the same as before, this full grammatical expression is a little bit stiff, and so it's often used just as nakya. However, in this clip from Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, we're able to see the full grammatical expression in action.
正しいことを貫くためには、親や家族、故郷を捨てなければならないこともある。
Sometimes you must leave your parents, your family, your home in order to do the right thing. Here, naranai is used because the right thing in this context is something that's kind of determined by others. It's kind of a common sense type thing. It's a society type of expectation and not necessarily just something that you decide all on your own. However, both of these expressions can be used interchangeably. Just keep in mind that nakereba means if you don't do it, and ikenai means it's no good, and naranai means that it does not become, which you could think of as kind of not becoming the social norm or expectation or thing that you're required to do. Now back to a much more simpler piece of grammar. Nara is used to express if in Japanese. One restriction of this piece of grammar though is that it can only be used in situations where the outcome is uncertain. So atsui nara, if you're hot, hoshii nara, if you want. So in these situations it's fine because the situation is uncertain. But aki ni naru nara, if it becomes autumn, is not a correct sentence, as autumn is a situation that is certain to occur without fail every year, and so you cannot use nara in this situation. Now, nara can be used with verbs, adjectives, or nouns. Traditionally, it would follow the not particle for verbs and adjectives. However, in modern Japanese, this is often dropped. So instead of no nara, it's more commonly seen as just nara. Or like here in Smash Brothers, bokutachi nara kitto kateru. So if it's us, we can definitely win. So here it's implying that it's possible for there to be other people in this situation fighting against this bad guy, but if it's us, if it's the case that we are the ones that are fighting, then we're going to win for sure. Kitto kateru. Nasai, do this. Nasai is a soft but firm way of issuing a command, and it's often used in situations like parents asking or ordering their kids to do something. Here, the speaker is a soft-spoken speaker, so she uses nasai as a way of ordering a command. Omaetachi nanimono desu. Erioto hanashinasai. Erioto o hanashinasai, let go of Elliot. To conjugate it, we need to put the verb into its stem form. So as we can see here, hanasu, to let go of something, the simple way to get it in the stem form is just put it in the must form and then get rid of the must. So hanashimasu, hanashi. And then we simply attach nasai to make it a soft but firm command. Hanashinasai, let go. Tabenasai, eat up. Nenasai, go to bed, and so on.
はい、どうなさいましたか？顔色が悪いですね。宇宙酔いですか？
ああ。
緊張なさらないで気を楽にしてください。
ありがとう。
Nasaru, to do. The next piece of sonkeigo, or polite speech that you use to talk about another's actions to give respect or honor to them in their actions, is nasaru. And this is the sonkeigo version of suru, to do. A very important piece of keigo. Take this casual way of telling someone that it would be best if they contacted soon. Hayaku rennaku shita hou ga ii. You should contact soon, or it would be best if you contacted soon. Now, to make this sentence into one that shows respect to the other's actions and puts them above you, here you would say, Hayaku go rennaku nasatta hou ga yoi desho. This would be a more appropriate way of doing so in a more polite situation. Suru becomes nasaru, and often before the verb you see this used with, you will also see it connected with an honorific prefix like o or go, which we covered in the N5 grammar video. So let's have a look at the following example from Police Notes. Here we can see two uses of this piece of grammar. The first is "どうなさいましたか?" This is a way of asking someone if something has happened, referring perhaps to the fact that they look unwell or that something has happened. The very casual way of saying this would be どうした or どうしたの or どうしましたか? But どうなさいましたか is the Songkeigo way of being polite and expressing respect to people, like for example, customers. Which is exactly what's happening here, as she is a waitress on this spaceship serving her customers, and so she uses this respectful language. She uses it another time in this exchange with 緊張なさらないで. This is the Songkeigo way of saying 緊張しないで. Please don't get nervous, or please don't be nervous. But this sounds much more professional and respectful, as she is using her keigo skills to instill honor into her customer with 緊張なさらないで.
主君を守れずして何が御三家か。なぜ陰謀に気づけなかった。なぜ救いに行けなかった。
When you notice or realize something, you can use ni kigatsuku to show that you have realized something in Japanese. Keyword here is thing, because it must be used with nouns or verbs that have been nominalized with koto, or in other words, turned into a noun. So you could say that I have realized the thing that I've forgotten my bag. カバンを忘れたことに気がついた. Or for example, realizing a mistake. Mistake here being a noun. 間違いに気がつく. And we can actually combine the ga and tsu sound to form kizuku, to mean the exactly same thing. And this is much more commonly seen in Japanese media, especially in colloquial spoken Japanese. So like seen here in Triangle Strategy.
なぜ陰謀に気づけなかった。なぜ救いに行けなかった。
Inbo here meaning a plan or a scheme, and ni kitsuke nakata means that he did not realize. What didn't he realize is indicated by the ni particle. Inbo ni kitsuke nakata. I did not realize or notice the plan. Another related use of this piece of grammar can actually be used by itself just with kigatsuita. You have gained consciousness. Ah, kigatsuita, yokatta. Like seen here in this very adorable Pokemon game. So this is very much related to becoming aware of something, as in becoming aware of your surroundings. So just keep in mind that you may see this expression used in a variety of different forms, but it usually is talking about coming to some sort of realization, noticing something, or becoming aware of something, indicated with the ni particle.
きっとこの村のどこかに地下への入り口があるはずだ。それを探そう。のどかな村に見えるけどな。
Ni mieru, to look, to seem, or to appear. Ni mieru is used to express that something looks, seems, or appears to be a certain way. And it can be used with verbs in the te form, nouns and na adjectives, and e adjectives in the ku form. And it often appears both written in kanji or just in hiragana. So like here from Final Fantasy IX, Zidane is saying this village looks like a peaceful village. Nodokana mura ni mieru kedo na. Nodokana mura is a peaceful village, and then ni mieru means appears to be, or it looks like. So this expression is used when something visually appears to be a certain way. Miru actually means to look and to see, so ni mieru means that it's able to be seen in a certain light or a certain way. Like for example seen in Disaster Report, where after this huge earthquake is happening, we're trying to escape to some sort of safe place, and this high school girl says,
あそこくぐっていったら通れそうに見えませんか?
So, 通れそう means to seem to be able to pass through. に見えませんか means doesn't it look like. So, doesn't it look like that we're able to pass through there? So again, this is something that is visually obvious, right? It's something that you can see with your eyes and it looks to be a certain way.
球技大会だったよな。鴨志田推薦のバレエ大会とか胸くそ悪いけどよ。 おかげで午後は授業ねえし、みんな浮かれてる。うろついても気づかれにくいはずだ。ま、詳しい話は明日にしようぜ。
Nikui, difficult to do. The first of two ways at the N4 level to express a verb being difficult to do is nikui. This is used when a verb is actually difficult to do in its process. To use this verb, you put the verb in a stem form and then you follow it by nikui. So, taberu to eat, tabe nikui, difficult to eat. Miru to see, minikui, difficult to see. The important thing to differentiate this from other expressions is that nikui, when written in kanji, is actually the same kanji for muzukashii, the adjective for something being difficult, hard, or complicated. And in those exact same situations is when you use nikui to express that a verb is challenging or difficult to do or complicated in its process. So like here from Persona 5, he is saying that thanks to this certain situation, there will be no class in the afternoon and everyone will be festive. So, even if we hung around, it should be difficult to get noticed. Urotsuite mo, even if we loitered around, kitsukare nikui hazu da. It should be difficult to be noticed, which will allow them to sneak around thanks to it being difficult to get noticed due to the crowd. So just remember that nikui here is used when something is difficult in the muzukashii sense, in where it's actually difficult to do in its process.
おい、預言者の名において、ファウンダーズの名において、主の名において、汝を洗礼。彼をコロンビアの胸の中で生まれ変わらせたまえ。
Nonaka de, in or among. Nonaka de is used to express being among or in a noun. So it could be used simply like kokoro no naka de, inside my heart. Or it could be used to express something like being a part of a selection of other things, like kono naka de, among these. Which would you like? Dochi ga hoshii? And to use it, you just simply follow the noun with no naka de to express this. Like this example from BioShock Infinite. The main character is about to get baptized by this cultist, and he says, "Let him be reborn into the bosom of Columbia." So, mune no naka de means in the bosom. Umare kawarase tamae means may he be reborn. So, no naka de can be used both to say in something or among a certain amount of things, like kono naka de, among these. No ni, although, in spite of, or even though. This next piece of grammar has two different uses. The first use means although, in spite of, or even though, and it can be used with verbs in the casual form, like yakusoku shita no ni, even though you promised, or following nouns as nanoni. So, for example, nichiyoubi nanoni, despite it being Sunday, or even though it's a Sunday, hataraka narimasen, I must work. And with e-adjectives, simply by following the adjective. So, yasui no ni, even though it's cheap, or omoshiroi no ni, even though it's interesting. What follows no ni is always a statement that kind of goes against the expected. Like, even though it's Sunday, I must work. So the expectation is that, you should have a holiday or a weekend, but even though it's Sunday, nichiyoubi nano ni, I must work. Hataraka nakereba narimasen. Or like here from The Legend of Heroes 7. It's no good, despite close to almost half a month has passed since then. So his expectation was that after half a month, everything should be okay, whatever the situation is that he's referring to, but it's not. And so he says, despite the time passing, tatsu no ni, it's no good. Dame da na.
これって何？手押し車だよ。田んぼからお米を運ぶのに使うの。
No ni, to do something in order to. So the other use of no ni is actually used to express something being in order to do another thing, and it's used with verbs in the dictionary form only. For example, 家に帰るのに3時間かかりました。In order to return home, it took 3 hours. So 家に to home, 帰るのに in order to return home, or like in this adorable game Sumire, 手押し車だよ。田んぼからお米を運ぶのに使うの。It's a wheelbarrow. You use it to carry rice from the rice paddies. So here, to carry the rice could also be in order to carry the rice. So in order to carry the rice, 米を運ぶのに you use it. 使う。So just be careful when you see no ni. It could mean either even though or in order to, depending on the context.
選別に教えてやるよ、ドギ。敵の前でそうやって隙を見せるのは殺せっつってんのと同じだ。
No wa da. A is B, or the reason for A is B. This is an emphatic construction. This is an expression used when you want to make a strong statement about the content of the latter part of the sentence. The use of this sentence pattern strengthens the argument of the whole sentence. Often it follows this structure: reality plus no wa, explanation, reason, or something that you want to emphasize, des. For example, 私が住んでいるのは京都です。東京じゃありません。Okay, so if we have a look again at the previous little chart that I had, 事実, the reality. 私が住んでいるのは, so the place that I'm living, 京都です。It is Kyoto. So here is the explanation. It is Kyoto. 東京じゃありません. It is not Tokyo. So here is, I'm emphasizing the reality. The truth is, it's like I'm teaching something. So I'm explaining the fact in the first part, the place where I'm living, and then the following statement is the explanation or the thing that I want to put emphasis on. Here being the fact that I live in Kyoto and not Tokyo. Or like seen here from Buddy Mission Bond, a kind of visual manga style game on the Nintendo Switch. The thing of showing an opening like that in front of your opponent is the same as saying kill me. So 敵の前でそうやって隙を見せるのは, so this is the fact or reality of the situation, so the thing of showing your back to the enemy, and then it explains what this means. It means that it's the same as telling them to kill you. So here it's explaining information about what it means to show an opening to your opponent. So you can see that no wa da is very useful to make a strong statement about something, often to teach something or to kind of show a reason or something that you want to emphasize.
かしこまりましたにゃ。少々お待ちください。
O and go kudasai. Please do. O and go kudasai is an honorific keigo expression to ask someone to do something. It's used with verbs in their stem form. For normal verbs, you simply put o or go in front of the verb in its mas stem, like kakimasu to write, it would be o kaki kudasai, an honorific way to ask someone to write. You can also use this grammar with nouns that also function as verbs, such as rendaku, to contact, or denwa, to call. And in this case, you simply put either o or go, depending on the verb before it, followed directly by kudasai. So, for example, rendaku would be go rendaku kudasai, and denwa would be o denwa kudasai. Now, just a quick word on whether you use the o or go before the word. As a general rule, if the word is of Japanese origin, that means that the word has some sort of hiragana written inside it, then you use o. For example, tanoshimi. To look forward to something, you would use o tanoshimi kudasai. However, if the word is of Chinese origin, which means that it's only written in kanji, then it's more likely to use go, like go renraku kudasai. However, this is not 100% of the time, and there are some certain exceptions to the rule, so I recommend looking up some of the exception lists online and seeing when it does apply and doesn't apply, but as a general rule it applies.
少々お待ちください。
This is a very common expression used by employees towards customers to ask them to politely wait. And it's a phrase that you'll almost certainly hear in Japan frequently, and you can also see an example of o kudasai here in Animal Crossing. それでは、本日も良い一日を過ごしてください。Well then, today also, please have a great day. Sugosu here means to pass or spend time, and yoi ichinichi o means to have a good day. Sugoshite kudasai, please spend it. So please spend your day in a good way.
グラドス将軍、一体どうしたというのです？
父王がたった今お亡くなりになりました。
なんですって？
O ni naru, to do. Another piece of Sonkeigo here. This time, another honorific way of saying to do something. Quite in the same way as nasaru is the Sonkeigo way of saying suru, o ni naru is also used to mean the same thing and is a nice indirect way of speaking of another's actions. Take for example this sentence where someone is describing to another in Keigo that their company president has gone home. 社長は先ほどお帰りになりました。The company president has gone home a short while ago. Or, quite literally, if you were to break apart the grammar, o is the honorific suffix, kairi is the verb of kairu to go home, and then ni naru is to become. So the literal translation for o kairi ni narimashita would be that they have become returned home. See how this is very passive? Quite often, the more indirect you are in Japanese, the more honorific or respectful it becomes, as speaking directly is quite forward, but speaking indirectly is like speaking of one's actions without even necessarily directly talking about it. Or like seen here in お客様がお見えになりました. Literally, the customer has become able to see, which is actually a very indirect way of saying that the customer has arrived. So this would be the Keigo way of saying that a customer has come. お客様が来ました. Or like seen here in Brigadine.
父王がたった今お亡くなりになりました。
So here, nakunaru means to pass away, or nakunari ni narimashita is now an indirect way and consequently an honorific way of saying that the king has passed away. And in this situation it makes a lot of sense because to directly state the king has died is a little bit too direct. You need to be a little bit more respectful of his death, right? And so you say that he has passed away. It has become that he has died. お亡くなりになりました。
だいたい5分おきに風船が現れます。
Oki ni, repeated at intervals or every interval. And believe it or not, next up is the most difficult to find piece of grammar in video games for the JLPT N4. Oki ni. This has a very specific use where you use it with a measurable noun like time, days, or meters, and then it expresses something being done at every one of those intervals. So like 5分おきに. This would be something happening at every 5-minute interval. Or 1週間おきに would be something happening at the interval of every week. Or like these explanations of some scenes you may see in video games, like in Animal Crossing, a balloon generally appears floating around your island for you to pop every 5 minutes. So if you wanted to express this in Japanese, you could say だいたい5分おきに風船が現れます. So 5分おき at the interval of 5 minutes, 風船がthe balloon 現れます. appears. Or perhaps you're waiting for a train and you ask someone when the next train is coming and you get the reply, 1時間おきに電車が来ます. A train comes once every hour. So this is certainly a very useful expression, even though its use is incredibly limited to these specific situations and very difficult to find examples of in video games. It's still a piece of language that is worthwhile learning, especially for these situations that is quite useful to know.
回復の見込みはあるのか。手は尽くしておりますが、なんとも。
Oru, the humble Iru. Now on to our next piece of Kenjogo, or humble keigo for the N4, is Oru, or orimasu. And this is the humble way to use Iru, to exist. Now remember that Kenjogo is used to depreciate your own position to put the listener above. It's also known as humble speech. So Iru turns into Oru, and then if you want to be polite as well as humble, then you would turn Oru into orimasu. And so Oru can be used just like Iru in the many functions that it has, like for example imasu to say that you exist or that you are here, and so you use it for example if your boss asks you if you are present, you can say はいおります to say a very polite way of saying that you are there. And it can also be used with the te iru grammar to say that something is being in the continuous form. So 勉強している studying, this would turn into 勉強しておる or 勉強しております. So this piece of language is used when you're speaking to those who are above you in position, like for example, the president of a company, or perhaps a king or a prince, like seen here in Triangle Strategy.
手は尽くしておりますが、なんとも。
I'm doing everything I can, however. So here, 尽くしている to be devoting yourself, serving yourself, or exhausting yourself doing something, and then it's turned humble and polite with 尽くしております. So this is a very humble and polite way of saying that he's doing the best that he can. He's doing everything that he can. 手は尽くしておりますが、なんとも。This next piece of grammar is a very simple yet very useful piece of language that is used following a verb in the stem form, quite like hajimeru to show to begin. Here, owaru means to finish doing that verb, so it's like the opposite of hajimeru. So tabe owaru would mean to finish eating, hanashi owaru would mean to finish talking, or like seen here in Final Fantasy IX, kigae owatta ka jitan. So here, kigaemasu means to change your clothes, so here kigae owaru is to finish changing your clothes. And this can be used just like hajimeru where you show to begin something, but instead you use it to show that you're finishing something. So just make sure that you put it in the stem form and then get rid of the mas, and then finish off with owaru to show that you're finishing doing a verb.
どんなに頑張っても覆せないものがあるんだな。そんなこと言うな。努力すれば将軍になれるのか?
Rareru, the potential form. Rareru is what is known as the potential form in Japanese, and it's used to express the ability or inability to do a certain action. Now, to show the ability to do a verb for ru verbs, you simply drop the ru and add rareru, like taberu into taberareru. Or for u verbs, replace the u with eru. So hanasu, to talk, hanaseru, to be able to talk. There are two exceptions to this rule, suru, to do, and kuru, to come. Suru's potential form is dekiru, and kuru is korareru. Now, the ra in rareru can actually often be omitted in ru verbs. Doing this might make you lose a few points on a test at school if you have a really strict teacher, but when used normally, it's completely natural to remove this ra in rareru. So tabereru is a very common way of saying to be able to eat something. In fact, in many cases, it's actually easier to use it without the ra so that you don't confuse it with the passive form, which we will cover later in this video. So taberareru is the official potential form of to eat, but tabereru is the perfectly fine way to use it in conversation in Japanese, just it might not be necessarily correct according to the very strict grammar books. However, when looking online in Japanese, I often see this rareru form that's explained in English, often explained as just the reru form in Japanese to show that it's the potential, and the rareru would be for the passive. So like seen here from Final Fantasy Tactics. 努力すれば将軍になれるのか? So nareru is the potential form of naru, to become. So to be able to become is nareru. So the sentence 努力すれば, if you put in effort, 将軍になれるのか, is it that you can become a shogun or a general of an army. One interesting point to note about this example that we have here is that we have the word naru, right, to become. Naru is what's actually known as a godan verb. This is actually the way that the Japanese categorize their verbs, not u and ru, but godan and ichidan. And so for godan verbs, you just add the reru. So if we were to put it into our English way of explaining things, naru is actually an u verb. And that's why it's not narareru, it's just nareru.
の天気はいいですか？
問題なし。それは作戦に関係する情報？
いえいえ、そうではなくて、天気がいいと気分がいいのかななんて。
気分が良くても良くなくても作戦には関係ない。
2B さんらしいですね。
Rashi, it seems, I heard, or apparently. Rashi is used with verbs, nouns, or adjectives to express that something seems a certain way. You may heard it was a certain way, or that something is typical of that thing. So like, ame rashi means that it seems like it's rain, or nesugiru no wa karada ni warui rashi desu. Oversleeping is apparently bad for your body. Or kimi rashi. It's like you, it's something that's very typical of you. But unlike other similar expressions that are used to say that something appears a certain way, rashi is used when you hear or when you get some sort of information about that thing. For example, if you heard that someone said something and you thought, that's a very like you thing to say, you could say, kimi rashi ne. So it's something that is very like that person. Or like in gakusei rashiku motto benkyou shinasai, study more like a student would. In this example, the person wants them to study in the way that they have heard or gotten information about how students normally study, and they want that person to be more like that. The first example we have is from Nier Automata, where upon hearing 2B's response, the operator on the call says that it was a very like her thing to say. So she says,
気分が良くても良くなくても作戦には関係ない。
2B さんらしいですね。
So to-be-san rashi means that it is something that is very typical of her, right? That's an answer that she would have expected from 2B. Or like seen here in Grandia.
いつも言っておるだろう、ミオレン。周りに兵士がおらぬときは父と呼ぶがいい。
お言葉ですが、ここにはまだリーン注意が控えております。
お前らしいな、その答え。
This boss-looking man laughs at the fact that the other man's answer was very much like an answer he would have expected him to have done, and so he says, お前らしいな、その答え。So, omaerashi again is just like the Nier Automata example. Omaerashi, it's very much like you. So we can see that rashi can be used to say that something appears to be a certain way based on what you've heard or some sort of information, but it can also be used to say that it's very like someone, whether it's like a student, gakusei rashi, or whether it's like you, kimi rashi.
かつての自分の影に苛まれもがき苦しむその歪みこそ君の美しさだった忘れたのであれば思い出すのに痛みとともに
Sa is used to nominalize adjectives, or in other words, it turns an adjective into a noun. So like in English where we have the adjective beautiful and the noun beauty, it's the same in Japanese. Utsukushi is beautiful and utsukushisa is beauty. Or long, nagai, into length, nagasa. This is an incredibly important piece of grammar to become familiar with, and all you have to do is just remove the last E sound of an E adjective, or the na part of a na adjective, and replace it with sa, like seen here in Street Fighter V. Vega says to Cammy,
その歪みこそ君の美しさだった
That strain itself was your beauty. So like in my example, he actually uses here, so utsukushi meaning beautiful, and then utsukushi-sa here is her beauty. So utsukushi-sa datta means it was her beauty. That means she no longer has this beauty, because she no longer has this strain and struggle. And so this is a very useful expression to turn adjectives into nouns.
忘れてるわけねえだろ。おやっさんは俺のこと気遣って手紙もくれたんだ。さっきは多分気づかなかっただけだ。
Saki, some time ago or just now. Saki is used to show that something happened just now, like Saki itta tori, as I just said, or Saki okita bakari, I just woke up. Generally, this is used to show that the event that's being mentioned happened very recently. Like seen here in Yakuza 7, Ichi just yelled out to his old boss, and so he says, earlier, he probably just didn't notice. He's talking about the fact that he was ignored, but he's trying to come up with excuses as to why he was ignored. And so Saki here is used to talk about the previous scene, which happened literally 30 seconds ago. Or like here in Persona 4.
大抵だよね、幹事君。さっきからずっと黙りっぱだけど、体調悪い？もしかして昨日のダメージが？って
From just some time ago, you've been quiet the whole time. Is your condition bad? So here is asking, he's been quiet this whole time, is something wrong? And so here referring to the fact that during this conversation that started just a little while ago, the whole time he's been remaining quiet, so she's wondering, is he okay or not? When actually he's being shy for a reason.
Camp 到着。
予定通りだな、スネーク。ブランクがあるとは思えん。
待たせだな。
Saseru, the causative form. Saseru is what is known as the causative form in Japanese, and this means one of two things. It means that you're either making someone do the verb that is connected to saseru, or you are letting someone do the verb. Telling apart which is being intended relies on your understanding of the context of the situation to see which fits best. To make the saseru form for ru verbs, simply replace the ru with saseru. For taberu, it would be tabesaseru. Or for u verbs, put them in the negative stem and then remove nai. Like kiku, to listen, kikanai, to not listen, kikaseru, to make or let someone listen. And finally, for some exceptions to the rule, kuru becomes kosaseru, yaru becomes yaraseru, and suru becomes simply saseru. So like here in the opening for Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, Big Boss says his legendary catchphrase,
待たせだな.
Which means to make someone wait. And so matsu to wait, matanai to not wait, mataseru to make wait. And this is a very common expression, mataseru, to say that you've made someone wait. Here, the context is very clear that it's make wait, not let wait, as that really wouldn't sound very natural. Why would you let someone wait? It seems a little bit strange. So it's definitely make wait in this situation. Or like seen here from Bravely Default. I will make the wind blow. Fuku to blow, fukaseru to make blow. So you can see here that she is some sort of magician, she has some magical power, and she is going to control the wind and make it blow. Or finally, like here from Project Triangle Strategy. I will not allow you to go any further from here. Iku to go, ikanai not go, drop the nai, ikaseru to make or let go. So for example, if you had to choose between I will not make you go further or I will not let you go any further, it's clear that in this context it is let rather than make. So just keep in mind that it can be either or, and it really just depends on the context as to whether it's make or let.
Hodoke! また奴らが来ちまう!
来た時には俺が面倒を見る。それまで話をしよう。誰を助けようとしているか知っておきたい。
ジョン・バードン、マリボー第10師団にいた。
なぜこんなところに？
所属してたテメリア軍は黒の軍団に壊滅させられたんだ。俺はその直前に森に逃げた。
させられる the causative passive. This next piece of grammar is actually the combination of two other pieces of language that both appear in this video at the N4 level, and that is the causative passive form. Now, we've already learned the causative form just previously, and this saserareru is the combination of that with the passive form, which we will cover shortly in this video. This means to be made to do something, just like the previous make someone do something, but this is the passive form of that, to be made to do something. Like seen here in Witcher 3.
所属してたテメリア軍は黒の軍団に壊滅させられたんだ。
The Temeria army that were stationed here were annihilated by the Black Army, or put literally, they were made to be annihilated. In this use of grammar, we can see who the party is that's making the other have the thing done to them with the ni particle. So we can see Kuro Gundan ni by the Black Army, kaimetsu saserareta. They were made to be annihilated.
俺らも仲良くやりましょうや。うちの親父と源田先生みてえに。
ああ、そうですね。では早速ですが、いろいろ聞かせてください。話の裏取りや調査はこちらの八神が進めます。
Sasete kudasai. Please let me do. Now, if you're wanting to ask someone to please let you do something, quite a common thing to want to ask someone, then you would use saseru, the causative form, with kudasai, the polite request. So you put saseru into the te form, sasete, simply followed by kudasai, and that's it. Now, if you follow the same rules as the causative verb, you can now ask people to let you do something politely, like seen here in judgment.
では早速ですが、いろいろ聞かせてください。
Well then, it's sudden, but please tell me all about it. Here, kikaseru literally means to let someone or make someone hear. In other words, to tell someone. Or like seen here in Suikoden 2. 母さんに、これが最後でいい。母さんに合わせてください。With mother, it's okay if this is the last time. Please let me meet my mother. So here, ao is to meet and awanai, not meet, awasete kudasai, please let me meet. So you can see that the use is you're asking someone to please let you do something, with verb sasete kudasai.
いい演説だった。さすがは海兵隊司令官。話がうまい。だがそれだけだ。
Sasuga, as one would expect or as is to be expected. Sasuga is an adverb that you can use to show that something is just as you expected it to be. It indicates that the speaker is impressed or surprised by whatever it is that they are referring to. So here from Metal Gear Solid 2, Ocelot is saying that he expected the commanding officer to be good at speech.
さすがは海兵隊司令官。話がうまい。
So here it shows that he is admitting that reality is just like his conception that he had in his brain, kind of similar to just as I thought, or as one would expect. Or like seen here in Naruto, after Deidara defeats Gaara, he says,
まったく骨が折れたぜ。そのひょうたんに粘土仕掛けんのはよ。
なかなか隙を見せねえし、さすがに強いじゃねえか。なあ、風影。
さすがに強い. Strong as expected. So he thought that Gaara was going to be strong, and then he did turn out to be strong, so as expected. さすがに強い. Sasuga can also be used to express even, like in this example sentence. さすがの名探偵も今度ばかりはお手上げだろう. Even the great detective will for sure this time also throw his hands up.
僕本当は一人で夏休みの間ここにいるって決まった時ちょっぴり怖かったんだ。だっておじちゃんの顔も覚えてなかったし遠いって聞いてたから。
She and what's more. She is used after verbs, e-adjectives, or na-adjectives and nouns with da to express a few different things. Firstly, it is used as a form of and, which is used when listing multiple verbs, nouns, or adjectives. For example, 友達と遊びたいし、宿題はしなくていけないし、どうしよう。I want to play with my friends, and I also need to do my homework. What do I do? So here you can see it's listing two different verbs. I want to play with my friends, but I also need to do my homework. It can also be used in contrast, like in the following sentence. 彼は気分がいい時もあるし、悪い時もある. So いい時もある, there are also good times. 悪い時もある, there are also bad times. So again, it's listing these two things. She can also be used to give reasons which lead to a conclusion, like here seen in 彼女は料理がうまいし、性格はいいし、理想の奥さんだ. So here she is being used to list multiple reasons why she would make a good wife. She's good at cooking, 料理はうまいし, and she has a good personality, 性格はいいし, and so then you have the conclusion at the end, 理想の奥さんだ, an ideal wife. And she can also be used to emphasize your point at the end of a sentence, like そんなこと言ってないし. So let's take a look at the example here from 僕の夏休み.
だっておじちゃんの顔も覚えてなかったし遠いって聞いてたから。
Here, the boy is listing reasons why he was scared when he first heard that he was coming to the countryside to stay. One of these reasons is indicated by the she particle. おじいさんの顔も覚えてなかったし, and I didn't remember grandpa's face. So here he might be listing a whole bunch of reasons why he was scared, and this is one of those reasons.
やるしかないのか。
しかない. Only or nothing but. しかない is a very useful piece of grammar that expresses having nothing but something or doing nothing but something. For example, if all you do is eat pizza, you could say ピザしか食べない. I eat nothing but pizza. So to form this, you need to put the thing that you do nothing but or the thing that you have nothing but before しか, and then you have the verb with the ない. So ピザしか食べない, 紅茶しか飲まない, I only drink tea, 時間は少ししかない, I only have a little bit of time, and so on. Like seen here in Xenogears, as Faye is surrounded, he realizes that he has no other option but to fight. やるしかないのか? Is that I have no other thing but fighting, huh? Or like seen here from Super Robot, where a piece of dialogue using the characters from the anime series Neon Genesis Evangelion.
綾波は綾波しかいない。だから今助ける。
We can see Shinji-kun yelling at the enemy that he has to save Ayanami because she has no one but herself. Or, put in other words, she is all alone. Ayanami shika inai. Ayanami is the girl's name, Iru is to exist, and then shika inai means nothing exists but that. So, Ayanami shika inai means that she's the only one that exists. And because Iru is used for animate beings like people and animals, we know that he is talking about the fact that she has no one else but herself. As for Ayanami, Ayanami shika inai. She's the only one that she has.
お前はさらにその上を言ってたってわけか。まったくどこでそんなに腕を上げたんだか知らねえが、大したもんだぜ。
そんなに, so much, or like that. Another super useful expression that you can use on almost a daily basis is そんなに, and that means so much, like that, or kind of like to that extent. if you were to say that you didn't think someone was so strong, you could say そんなに強いと思わなかった。I didn't think that you were so strong. そんなに強い。So the so in so strong is where the そんなに is. It literally means like that. So it could be so strong like that, or like seen here in initial D.
まったくどこでそんなに腕を上げたんだか知らねえが。
Geez, I don't know where you raised your skill so much like that, but... So, そんなに is like that or to that extent. 腕を上げる is to raise your ability or skill. So, そんなに腕を上げる means to raise your skill that much.
故郷の町が焼かれたその日に、みんな軍に志願した。あの日の僕らは、命を懸けうるものがあると信じていた。それがどんな代償を払うものか知りもしないで。それでもあれが僕らの青春だった。
それでも but still, and yet, and even so. それでも is a conjunction that means even so, but still, and yet. So it admits the first thing and then it continues with the second. For example, テストの準備をしていなかった。それでも合格した。So the first thing, I did not prepare for the test. Followed by それでも, which says even so, or even yet, and yet, 合格した. I passed the test. So you can see here that the first thing is accepted, the reality that he didn't or she didn't study. Then the second part is kind of an unexpected result, right? それでも, even so, I passed. 合格した. And so it's often used with contradictions. The thing after それでも often contradicts the thing that came before it. Usually, you would need to prepare for a test to pass, but in this case, it worked out. Or like seen here in Valkyria Chronicles 4. それがどんな代償を払うものか知りもしないで、それでもあれが僕らの青春だった。So the first part of the sentence here is that they did not know what kind of cost this war would come as, yet it was still the time of their youth. So the first part is kind of the negative situation, paying for the cost of war, perhaps people die, you lost villages, you lose the loved ones. But then the second part is perhaps the counter, so in this case, the more positive thing, or at least a more neutral thing. This was the time in their lives that was special as their youth. Even though, それでも, it was a time of war and sacrifice.
そろそろだな。油断すんじゃねえぞ、デイダラ。相手は人中力なんだからな。
オイラの術は全て芸術だ。それにちゃんとお箱も持ってきてる。
それに besides, in addition, also, moreover. Next we have それに, another conjunction that is put in the middle of one statement and another that means besides, in addition, also, and moreover. So you can see that this is a piece of language that you add to a statement. Like for example, これはとっても美味しい. This is very delicious. それに moreover, or in addition, 値段もいい. The price is also good. So you're saying one thing and then in addition, or even more, the next thing. それに the next thing. Or if you were ordering food, おにぎり、それにお茶お願いします. I would like an onigiri and also a green tea, please. So you can see the first thing, onigiri, and in addition, それにお茶をお願いします. I would also like a green tea. Or like seen here in Naruto. This time happening before the fight, Deidara is preparing for his fight with Gaara and he says,
それにちゃんとお箱も持ってきてる。
Besides, I've also brought along my favorite party trick. So he's continuing on from the previous statement that his jutsu is all craftsmanship and he's kind of saying that he's going to be okay because his art is beautiful and very precious, but also, in addition, he's also brought a little party trick, his favorite special attack.
ここは吉井たちの住む島。島のてっぺんには願い叶え太陽がありました。太陽には願いを叶える不思議な力があるそうです。
Soda. Introduced in the N4 level, there are two different uses for soda, and they are very different. The first is to express that you have heard a certain thing or that it is said that. Like, for example, if you heard that a coworker is quitting their job, you could say, 彼は or 彼女は仕事を辞めるそうだ. I heard that he will be quitting work, or she will be quitting work. Maybe it's because that it is said that he is rich. So you could also use this expression again, 彼は or 彼女はお金持ちだそうだ. It's said that they're rich, or I've heard that they are rich. Either way, this use of soda is a way of relaying information that you have heard from some other source. It can be used with verbs and with e-adjectives all by themselves, or if you're using it with nouns or na-adjectives, simply add da before soda. Like in the previous example, お金持ちだそうだ. I've heard that they're rich. So if we have a look at this following example from Yoshi's Craft World, 太陽には願いを叶える不思議な力があるそうです. It is said that the sun has a mysterious power to make wishes come true. So 不思議な力, the mysterious power, がある, it exists or they have it, そうです. It is said that. So it's said that it has a mysterious power. Or like seen here in Resident Evil 3.
隊長、このレディーが助けがいるそうだ。
I've heard that she needs help. So perhaps she told him that she needs a hand, or perhaps someone else told him that she needs a hand, but whatever it is, he's relaying that information. Now just keep this in mind, and keep in mind the conjugation rules, because the next use of soda is completely different in both the way that it's used with the rules, and also its actual use and meaning.
お前らはどうすんだ？セフィロスという男を追っているシンナのルーファスもいつか倒さなくちゃならない。なんだかわからねえが。面白そうじゃねえか。俺様も仲間に入れろ。
Soda, this time for looks like, appears like, or seems like. So this second use of soda is a little different, where this time it's used to express that something looks like a certain way, it seems a certain way, or it appears a certain way. Now this is very different from the first example, which was all about relaying heard information. This time it's about actually describing how something looks, and luckily you can actually tell them apart by the way that it's conjugated with the rest of the sentence, and so you can always make sure that you can get this correct. This time with verbs, they must be in the stem form, so not the full version like neru to sleep, but this time it needs to just be ne, the stem. So ne so, it looks like you're sleepy, or it looks like you're going to sleep. With e-adjectives as well, rather than the full adjective, this time you need to remove the final e and add so. So for example, in our previous use, omoshiroi soda would mean that you've heard that it's interesting. But this time, omoshiro soda, this time without the final e, omoshiroi, omoshiro, this means that it looks funny or appears funny. And now finally with na adjectives, rather than having to add da afterwards like you needed to do for the previous use of so for something that you've heard, this time don't add anything. So if we now take a look at an example from the next game, Final Fantasy VII, here Sid asks Cloud and the gang what their plans are, and Sid decides to tag along. And so here he says, 面白そうじゃねえか。俺様も仲間に入れろ. So exactly like our previous example, omoshiro so, it appears to be interesting. So it's not omoshiroi soda, it's omoshiro so. So it appears, it looks like something is interesting. So here, Sid is saying that this whole thing about going after Sephiroth and Shinra, it looks like fun, so he decides to join the group. Now you can also use soda in the negative form so that it does not appear to be a certain way. To do this, you put the previous piece of language into the negative, followed by nasa soda. For example, ame wa furu, it rains. Ame wa furanai, it doesn't rain. Ame wa furanasa so desu, it looks like it's not going to rain. Or like seen here from Cyber City again, this time, whenever you go to an ATM without any kind of reason, you get this message on the bottom of the screen. Betsu ni you wa nasa soda. It doesn't appear like you have any use for this. So it's a statement about how something appears, and this time it doesn't appear to be that way. It doesn't appear like you have a use. You wa nasa soda.
ポケモンがとても気持ちよさそうに寝ています。
So ni and so na. So how saw da is used at the end of a sentence to express something appearing to be a certain way, whether through heard information or something you saw, this next piece of grammar, saw ni or saw na, is used to modify a verb or a noun to appear a certain way. The conjugation rules are exactly the same as the previous grammar point that's used for visual information, not heard information. So, stem form verbs plus saw ni or saw na, and na adjectives without the na plus saw ni or saw na, and finally e adjectives with the final e removed plus saw ni or saw na. Whether or not you use saw ni or saw na will depend on the following part of the sentence. If the following part of the sentence that saw ni or saw na is modifying is a verb or verb statement, then you use saw ni. For example, 疲れた to be tired. 疲れそうに歩いている walking in a way that looks tired. If the following part is a noun, you use saw na. For example, 面白そうな映画 a movie that looks interesting. So, 面白い here is describing how the movie looks. 面白そうな映画. One thing to note though is that if the grammar is following a noun that is actually a part of a verb statement, then you would use saw ni because what you're actually modifying is the verb, not the noun. Like in this example, つまらなさそうに映画を見ている. Looking bored watching a movie. So this sentence is not describing what the actual film looks like, even though it's つまらなさそうに映画, because 映画 is actually connected to を見ている. So this is actually a phrase, it's kind of a verb phrase. 映画を見ている, watching a movie. So here you're actually modifying the verb, not a noun, even though it comes before a noun technically. So like seen here in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, as you come across a sleeping Snorlax blocking the path, it says, ポケモンがとっても気持ちよさそうに寝ています. So we can see here that E means for good, kimochi is to feel good, being conjugated as yosasoni, so to appear being doing something good or well, neteimasu, sleeping. So because it's a verb, you can use so ni to describe how it looks. It looks as if he's sleeping very comfortably. Tottemo kimochi yosasou ni neteimasu. So just remember that so ni is used for verbs and so na is used for nouns.
翡翠学院高校の生徒さん、先生が探していたよ。
私たちの学校の？
エリさん、あいつじゃない？ほら、今年入ったばっかりの女の先生。
Ta bakari, just finished or something just occurred. Next we have ta bakari. This piece of grammar is used to express when you have just finished a verb or a verb has just occurred. And this can be used regardless of how much time has actually passed, but it's rather more focused on how the speaker feels. This grammar is very simply formed by simply putting a verb into the casual past tense, so taberu into tabeta, and then you just add bakari at the end. So tabeta bakari, I just finished eating, or hajimatta bakari, it has just begun, or like seen here in Disaster Report.
ほら、今年入ったばっかりの女の先生。
Hairu here meaning to enter or join, so kotoshi haita bakari no sensei means the teacher who just joined this year. So as this expression can be used regardless of the amount of time that has actually passed, but rather focusing on how the speaker feels like the action just happened, like in this example, just joined this year, even though it isn't necessarily a recent event, but it feels like a recent event to the speaker, it can be expressed here with ta bakari.
実は街にあふれている水は私が掘り当てた水脈が原因だと判明しまして、先ほども議会でその対応策を相談させていただいたところです。
Ta tokoro, just finished doing or was just doing. So with this next expression, ta tokoro, this is used to express just finished doing something or was just doing something, and this can be used when the action is very recent. So unlike the previous example, this cannot be used to talk about something that happened a long time ago. This has to be used for an event that feels like it's very recent, perhaps even present, like seen here in this example. 食べ物を買いに行ったところです。I was just going to buy some food. This event is incredibly recent, perhaps even ongoing. One thing to note about this expression is that it cannot modify a noun like ta bakari can. So our previous example of haita bakari no sensei, the teacher who just joined, it cannot be replaced with tokoro. So like we see in this example from Bravely Default 2, it is often used at the end of a statement.
先ほども議会でその対応策を相談させていただいたところです。
I was just having the privilege of consultation on those countermeasures. So this action that he is referring to is one that is very recent. Perhaps he even just left the room right now. It's that recent. So we can see here with 相談させていただいたところです。I had just finished having the privilege of consulting about that.
皆さん静かに。これから全校集会を始めます。
Tadoshi and jidoshi, transitive and intransitive verbs. One huge thing that often stumps up learners of Japanese is the concept of transitive and intransitive verbs, as this may even be a foreign concept to you in your own native language. However, they are actually very simple, especially once you have a look at the Japanese words for them. Tadoshi and jidoshi. Tadoshi here means transitive verbs, and this means that the verb is done by a person, and the focus of the action is on the person doing that action. For example, 私はそれを始める. I begin that. The focus is on me doing that verb, me beginning it. And jidoshi, or intransitive verbs, are verbs that occur without any clear actor making them happen. So the focus is on the action itself. For example, それが始まった. That began. So I begin something, 私はそれを始める, or that began, それが始まった. And that is the difference between tadoshi and jidoshi, or transitive and intransitive. And if you actually take a close look at the kanji that's used in both of these expressions, ta means other and doshi means verb. So it's a verb that is done by another, a verb that is done by someone. And ji here means automatic and doshi verb, so a verb that is done automatically without a clear actor making it happen. Being able to use transitive and intransitive verbs in Japanese is very important, as this is how we express all kinds of actions, like closing a door or a door being closed, opening a window or a window being open, and so on. To use these verbs correctly, all you need to remember is that for the verbs done by a person, which is transitive verbs, you can show what you're doing the verb to with the o particle. So object o verb. For example, door o shimeta. I closed the door. And with intransitive verbs, or verbs that are done without a clear person doing them, you use ga. So door ga shimatta. The door is closed, or the door closed. Who by? Who cares? Intransitive verbs are only focused on the action or state, not by who is doing them or who has done them. So like seen here in Persona 4, when at school assembly and the teacher in the front says that she will now begin assembly, she says,
これから全校集会を始めます。
これから全校集会を始めます. I will begin the assembly from here. So hajimeru is the transitive verb, so it's an action done by someone. So she's the one beginning something. What is she beginning? We can see it here with the o particle, zenkou shukai. I will begin the school assembly. Or like in this example for intransitive,
では今日のところはこれまで。明日から通常授業が始まるからな。
Normal classes start from tomorrow. 明日から通常授業が始まる. Who starts them? No one. It's not clear. The sentence is just talking about the action and not who's doing them. So we can see how intransitive verbs express this. And so just keep that in mind whenever you come across these transitive and intransitive verbs. A transitive verb is showing a person doing that verb, and an intransitive verb is showing it happen automatically. Tadoshi and jidoshi. みーちゃん、おかえり。それ、獲物？何でも食いたがるな。たがる wants to do in the third person. This next piece of grammar is actually related to garu, expressing that someone appears like they are doing a certain adjective. Like for example, kowai to be scary, kowagatteiru to show signs of being scared. It turns adjectives into verbs. But this time, tagaru actually comes from the Thai form to want to do something. So tabetai, want to eat, ikitai, want to go, but this time this expression is used to describe what someone else wants to do. As you cannot speak for the mind of someone else, as you cannot ever really truly know what goes on inside someone else's mind, so we can speak for what they appear to want, which is why when we're speaking of what others want, we use garu, the expression used for how things appear. So if your friend looks like they want to go to the party, you might say, tomodachi ga party ni ikitagatteiru. They appear like they want to go to the party. You can use this form in a whole range of forms, present, past, continuous, to talk about how someone else appears wanting to do something, like seen here from Breath of Fire 3. 何でも食いたがるな, T-Paw. You want to eat anything or everything, huh, T-Paw? So here, because he's talking about someone else's wants, he uses kui tagaru. Kui means to eat, is the vulgar way of saying it. Kui tai, want to eat, kui tagaru, for someone else to appear to want to eat. So just remember that generally the Thai form is used to talk about yourself, right? You want something, but then tagaru is used to express someone else's wants, right? And it's the connection between this garu form where someone appears to be a certain way and the Thai form, someone wants something.
私から言うよ。ちゃんとしなきゃ。旅やめたら何しようかな。
Tada, if, when, and after. Tada is our next conditional form. Like ba, it can be used to express if something were to happen and then another thing is set to occur, as a kind of rule or general knowledge outcome. However, where ba is only focused on hypothetical situations and it cannot be used to express your will, intention, or suggestion, or an outcome that you know will happen or not, tada here can be used much more loosely with almost any situation to express if, when, or even after doing something. In fact, in the Kansai region of Japan, tada is used much more commonly than ba in most situations in the Kansai dialect, Kansai Ben. Tada is used quite a lot, and when you look up in the dictionary Hyoujun Go, which is the Tokyo standard way of speaking, you see tada and ba as the hypotheticals, but in Kansai Ben you only see tada. So to form the tada form, what you need to do is you just get a verb, noun, or adjective in the past form, and then you just add ra after the ta. So, iku, ita, itara. Oishii, oishikatta, oishikattara. So, like here in Final Fantasy X, Yuna is wondering if or when she were to hypothetically stop traveling, what would she do? Tabi yametara, nani shiyou kana? If I were to quit traveling, tabi yametara, I wonder what I'd do. Nani shiyou kana? So here you can see it's a hypothetical situation that is actually talking about her will. What is it that she will do? So you would not use ba in this situation, but you can use tada. Or like seen here from Smash Brothers. 相手のダメージが溜まったら、スマッシュ攻撃で吹っ飛ばせ。When the enemy's damage has built up, 相手のダメージが溜まったら blow them away with a smash attack. Smash 攻撃で吹っ飛ばせ. So you can see how tada can be used for if, when, or even after. And due to the very relaxed nature of tada's grammatical rules, if you ever get stuck not knowing which conditional form to use in Japanese, I recommend using tada as it's used much more wider and can apply to a lot of different situations without being wrong. It's a very easy conditional form to use.
知ってるのか私よりフォックスハウンドのドクター・ナオミハンターに聞いてみたらいどうだナオミ
Tada do. Why don't you? We now have a few pieces of grammar which utilize the tada form. The first is tada do, and it is a piece of grammar used to express giving someone advice, kind of like a how about you or why don't you. For example, if you haven't already, how about subscribing to Game Gango and consider supporting the channel through Patreon as it really helps out the channel. So I could say, チャンネル登録したらどうですか? How about subscribing to the channel? The one thing to keep in mind with this grammar point that differs from just tada in its conjugation is that this phrase can only be used with verbs to suggest or give advice for someone to do that verb, like seen here in Metal Gear Solid 1.
ドクター・ナオミ ハンターに聞いてみたらい。どうだ？
How about trying to ask Dr. Naomi? Or
詳しくはキャンベルにでも聞いてみたらどうだ？
大佐に？
For details, how about trying to ask Campbell? So it's funny that both of these examples I managed to find from Metal Gear Solid, they all talked about asking someone, how about asking someone? But you can use this with a wide variety of different verbs to say, how about you do something? Giving someone some advice on perhaps they should try doing it. Why don't you do this? Verb tarado.
俺たちはどうしたらいい？この痛みはどうしたらいい？
Tarai desu ka? What should I do? This next piece of grammar using tara is tarai desu ka? And this is used when the speaker is seeking instructions from the listener. It's like asking, what should I do? And it's used with verbs in the tara form. For example, maybe you don't know what to eat at the restaurant and you would like to ask for advice or instructions on what to eat. You could say, Nani o tabetara ii desu ka? Literally, it would be broken down as, what is good if I ate it? Or more naturally, what should I eat? Or, like seen here from Final Fantasy VII, from this incredibly impactful and iconic scene, after the death of a very important character to the party, Cloud wonders to himself, 俺たちはどうしたらいい？この痛みはどうしたらいい？ What should we do? What should we do with this pain? So two uses of tarai in the same sentence, here showing the state of complete loss where he doesn't know what to do at all and is asking for help for anything and everything. Or like seen here in Fire Emblem Three Houses.
なら、俺は誰のために、何のために生きていけばいい？
In that case, for whose sake, for what sake should I go on living? We can see that you can actually use this expression with the bar form as well, as it is a purely hypothetical situation because you're asking about a potential future action. So here showing a little bit of the connection between tara and bar, how sometimes they can be used in similar situations, but tara can be used in any situation.
今日はお布団が降参するほどたっぷりと日に当てておいたから柔らかくてふかふかで寝心地満点よ。日向の匂いの中でぐっすりと眠れるわ。
Te, de, the conjunctive particle. Both te and de can be used as a conjunctive particle that can be used to connect parts of the sentence together. For example, あの教室のドアは古くて開けにくいです。That classroom's door is old and difficult to open. So 古い here is put into the te form. And then it's connected to difficult to open, 開けにくい. To use this piece of grammar, you need to put the verb, noun, or adjective into its te conjugation. So simply the te form of verbs, add de to nouns or na adjectives, and simply replace the last e and e adjectives to kutte. So it can be used to connect the sentence like the use of and, like seen here in Boku no Natsuyasumi.
柔らかくてふかふかで寝心地満点よ。
It's soft and fluffy, it gets perfect points for sleeping comfort. So you can see that she is saying one thing and then she is continuing on. So she's saying it is soft, 柔らかくて, it is fluffy, ふかふかで, and then she says it gets perfect points for sleeping comfort. 寝心地満点よ. Or like here in Fate's Stay Night, it can also just be used all by itself.
で、その場合、君が私のマスターなのか?
Here, the definition is a little bit more like so, or and so, like seen here with just で。で、その場合、君が私のマスターなのか? So, or and so, in that occasion, are you my master? And so this de can just be used by itself to kind of get to the point of something. So, dun dun dun.
それじゃあリュウさん、一緒に近くの町まで行きましょう。この剣を貸してあげます。
てあげる to do for, to do a favor. てあげる is used to express doing something for someone. So kind of like doing someone a favor by doing the verb that's attached to あげる. Generally speaking, the recipient of the favor is indicated by the ni particle, although not always in spoken Japanese. あげる actually means to give something, and it's used when someone gives something to someone, but not to yourself. So very simply, 買ってあげる I will buy it for you 作ってあげる I will make it for you or like here 彼女は彼に日本語を教えてあげました She taught him Japanese or literally she did him a favor and taught Japanese to him or like seen here in Breath of Fire 4それじゃあリュウさん一緒に近くの町まで行きましょうこの剣を貸してあげます So Nina is saying that she will lend this sword to Ryu for him. So in a way, she's kind of doing him a favor by letting him use her sword for a little while. Kashite here is the verb to lend in the te form, followed by agemasu, to do for someone. So te ageru is to do the verb for someone, but not for yourself.
アメリがアメリが西に行ったのは知ってるでしょう3年かけて大陸を横断したのこの国を再建するために
まだ再建なんて考えていたのか
本当はあなたに言ってほしかった
てほしい I want you to or I need you to To express in Japanese that you want someone to do something, you do this by putting the verb in the te form followed by hoshi to express wanting someone to do something. So for example, oshiete hoshi, I want you to teach me. Or like here from Death Stranding.
本当はあなたに言ってほしかった
The truth is, I wanted you to go. So here we can see iku, the verb for to go, in the te form, itte, followed by hoshikatta, the past form of hoshi. So turning want you to do into wanted you to do. You can also use this with the negative form of verbs like wasurenai de hoshi. I want you to not forget. All you need to do is put the verb into the nai form followed by de hoshi rather than te hoshi. So just remember, if you want to say that you want someone to do a verb for you, you put that verb in the te form followed by hoshi.
多めにって言ってたし、もう少し持っていこっか。
ていく to start, to continue, or to go on. This next use of te is from Final Fantasy VII Remake, and here we see te iku being used to express to go on and do something. For example, これからどんどん熱くなっていく. From here on, it will go on to become more and more hot. It will continue to become hot. So 熱くなる to become hot, and then 熱くなっていく to go on becoming hot. So it shows this action of continuing to happen into the future. Or like in the game's example, 多めにって言ってたし、もう少し持っていこうか。持って here means to hold, 持っていく means to hold and go. Or, in other words, to take or carry away. So here in this sentence, Aerith says that the woman said to her that she wanted a lot, so I guess let's take a little bit more. もう少し持っていこう. So you can see that it's this action of doing something and then continuing on, going on to do it. 熱くなっていく to go on to become hot, or 持っていこう to hold and go on means to take something. 監修室に戻ってきた私を待ち受けていたのは次なる運命のコールだった。ていた was doing something. Next we have teita, and this is used to express the past continuous, or in other words, that you were doing something. So you may have already have learned teiru, which means the continuous form of doing something, but now it's the past form of that, so teita. For example, shinpai suru, to worry. If you wanted to say that you were worrying, for example in the past, you would say shinpai shiteita. This is different from shinpai shita, simply just the past form of worry, worried. This time it's the past continuous, you were worried. Or like seen here from Ghost Trick. 監修室に戻ってきた私を待ち受けていたのは次なる運命のコールだった。What was awaiting me when I returned back to the guard room was this next call of fate. So, machi ukeru, to await, and then machi uketeita, had been waiting, the past continuous form.
お待ちいただこうか。
オルテン殿、なぜあなたがここに？
風のクリスタルを渡していただけませんかな。グローリア王女。
まさか。
ていただけませんか? Could you please? The next expression here is a common way to politely ask someone if they could please do something. Simply put the verb you are requesting into the te form and then follow with te itadakemasen ka to politely request. Like in this example, 写真を撮っていただけませんか? Could you please take this photo for me? Or if you were to break it down literally, would I not be able to receive you taking this photo for me? Or, like seen here in Bravely Default 2, a game with lots of polite speech and often deals with lords, ladies, kings and queens, the Prime Minister Orton says,
風のクリスタルを渡していただけませんかな。グローリア王女。
Could you please hand me the wind crystal, Princess Gloria? Or literally, would I not be able to receive you giving me the wind crystal, Princess Gloria? So here it shows that he wants this wind crystal and he wants her to give it to him, and he's being very polite in asking, and so he says, te itadakemasen ka?
昔この近くで狼たちから子供を助けたことがある。それ以来この町には入れるんだ。こんな私を受け入れてくれる。そんな奇妙な街だ。
Te kureru, to do a favor or do something for someone. If you are wanting to speak in a more neutral and less overly polite way and ask someone to do something for you, then you could use te kureru. This functions exactly the same as the previous te itadakemasen ka, but it's more casual and less polite and formal. Te kurenai ka or te kuremasen ka means the same thing, it's just more casual. However, if you were just to use te kureru on its own, it means someone do something for you, like seen here in the trailer for Nier Replicant.
こんな私を受け入れてくれる。そんな奇妙な街だ。
It's a strange town that would accept me as I am. So here, ukeireru means to take someone in, to accept someone. Te kureru means that they did it for her, so it's like them doing her a favor. This te kureru is often taught alongside te ageru, as te ageru expresses doing someone a favor or doing something for someone, as it's from you to them. But te kureru is to accept someone doing something for you or those in your inner circle, so it's from them to you. Ageru is for giving and kureru is for having people give to you. So here in this example, she says that they did this action for her, right? They accepted her for her. It's kind of like almost a favor. They're doing something. They took her in. They didn't have to, but they did it for her. They took her in. Ukeirete kureru.
私の名前はパスカル。この村の王座をしています。この村に住む者たちは戦いから逃げてきた平和主義者しかいません。よければ皆さん自身の目で確認してみてください。
Te kuru, to do and come back. This time, an expression often taught alongside te iku, to go and do something, te kuru is used to come and do something. The difference between te iku, to go and do something, and te kuru, to come to do something, is often quite similar to the differences between come and go. Both can mean to continue or to begin something, but quite like come and go, one is moving away from you, iku, and the other is moving towards you, kuru. Te kuru is used after a verb to express a continued change in state, usually for something that moves toward the speaker, although not necessarily a physical movement. For example, onaka ga suite kita. I've come to be hungry. So that feeling of hungry has approached you. It's become closer and closer to the point that you are now hungry, right? See how it's coming toward you. Or like miete kita. I've come to be able to see something. For example, you couldn't see it, and then slowly you've been able to come to see something, right? So it's become toward you. Or like here in Nier Automata.
この村に住む者たちは戦いから逃げてきた平和主義者しかいません。
Those living in this village are nothing but those who are pacifists, who have come to escape from battle. So you can see that gradually they have come to flee from battle. Perhaps they put up with it for a while, but then eventually they've come to the point where they've fled from battle. Or like here in Zelda. She 力のかけらを見つけた。なんだか力が湧いてきた。Link suddenly feels a power surge inside him. So here it's expressed with 力が湧いてきた. So waku here means to surge, 湧いてきた means it's come to surge. So you see that the power didn't exist, he touched this, and then it came closer to him. It grew and grew and grew, and he began surging. He started to surge. So 湧いてきた.
Yamete!
オセロット、ターニャが欲しいのか。
いえ、この女に興味はありません。試してみたいのです。
てみる to try doing. Te miru is another useful piece of grammar you can use with the te form to express trying to do something. Simply put the verb in the te form and then follow it by miru to mean to try to do that action. Like tabete miru, to try to eat something, or ite miru, to try and go somewhere. Or like here in Metal Gear Solid 3,
試してみたいのです。
I want to try and attempt to do it. So tamesu is to attempt something, tameshite miru is to try and attempt it. Or like here in Conan,
待てよ。あの手紙の後に別の文字が打たれてる。よし、書き出してみるか。
Alright, I guess I'll try writing it out. Kakidasu here meaning to write something out, and so kakidashite miru is to try and write something out. So next time you want to try doing something in Japanese, try using te miru. Te miru を使ってみよう。
ジョニー G、下がれ、邪魔だ。
少佐、少尉。
マルコ、ジョニー G、ここは私たちに任せてもらおう。
Next we have te morao, and this is actually the third of the giving and receiving phrases we learn at the N4 level. Ageru is to give to others, not used when you are the receiver. Kureru is now used when someone gives something to you, or your inside group like family and friends. And now finally, morao, and this is the verb to receive. And this can be used from anyone to anyone. It just means receive. Understanding this is important in helping you grasp how these te grammar points are used, where here with te morao, this is now showing that you are receiving someone do something for you, so they did it for you. Who you receive it from is indicated with the ni particle. So if you ask someone that you want to receive their Japanese teaching, you could say, あなたに日本語を教えてもらいたい. I would like to receive your teaching of Japanese. Or more naturally, I'd like to have you teach me Japanese. Or like seen here in Daimon Makina.
ここは私たちに任せてもらおう。
任せてもらう. This means that I will have you receive, leaving it to me. Pretty much just leave it to us. Or like seen here in Luna. 大きな商売の話だよ。この竜の台を買い取ってもらいたいんだ。I want to receive you buying in advance this dragon's diamond from us. So here, the action that he is receiving is her buying the item. So we have kaitoite morao. So kaitoku means to buy in advance. So kaitoite morao means to receive her buying it from him in advance. Or even like here in Zero Escape.
早速だけど、君たちにはゲームをしてもらおうと思ってる。
This may be sudden, but I will have you play a game for me. So in these examples, you can see who you are receiving the action from with the ni particle. So from Daimon Makina, we can see watashi tachi ni, so you're receiving it from him. He's going to be taking care of it for you, so you're receiving that help from him. And in the last one, it's kimi tachi ni, which means I'm going to receive you do this game for me, right? So kimi tachi ni, that means the speaker is going to receive it from those people, kimi tachi.
俺はお前の命令で動いてるんじゃねえ。ドエル様だけだぜ。俺に命令できんのは。
まあいい。だがこれだけは言っておく。あの娘を傷つけでもしたら、
貴様の首だけでは済まぬ。これはドエル皇帝陛下からの伝言だ。
Te oku, to do something in advance. Te oku is how we express doing something in advance in Japanese. Perhaps you need to study in advance for a test. That would be benkyou shite oku, commonly abbreviated to benkyou shitoku, where the te and the oku sound merge together forming toku. So like here from Legend of Dragoon, Mai, daga, kore dake wa ite oku. Well, it's fine. However, I will just say this one thing in advance. So here, ite oku means to say something in advance. So perhaps he has some kind of wisdom or warning that he will give us to help in the future. Or like seen here from Root Film.
うるせえよ。とにかくこれで素材揃ったから、あとはテロップのデータだけ用意しといてくれ。編集は俺の方でやっとくから。
So here you can see two examples of te oku be used. Did you spot them? Both of the two examples here use toku, the abbreviation to express doing something in advance. The first is yoi shitoku, to prepare something in advance. So, yoi suru is to prepare, yoi shite oku, to do something in advance, yoi shitoku. And then the next one is yattoku, to do something in advance. So, yaru to do, yatte oku, yattoku.
妻や友人、仕事、何もかも30年前に置いてきてしまった。
Teshimao, to do something by accident or to finish completely. Teshimao is an incredibly common and useful piece of grammar that's used to express doing something either by accident or completely finishing something. It's often used to express regret or to do an unfavorable or regrettable action, like seen here in Police Notes.
妻や友人、仕事、何もかも30年前に置いてきてしまった。
My wife and friends, my work, 30 years ago, I came to leave anything and everything behind. So here, this could be either expressing regret about his past actions or to show a level of finality to it all, like he ended up doing something. So he completely left it all to the point of never being able to return. So this sentence is kind of like, I ended up leaving it all behind 30 years ago. Teshimao can actually be used as just chao or jiao, depending on whether the te form has a te or de sound. And this is a more casual way of speaking. Like for example, if you were to say that you accidentally fell asleep, you could say, nechatta. Oops, I fell asleep. And in fact, the term shimatta, to say darn it, oops, or crap, shimatta, this comes from this shimao verb to do something by accident or to do something completely.
わかった。頼むぞメタル。
キリアン、30分ですよ。いいですか？必ず帰ってください。
わかった。
キリアン、私、お役に立てなくてすみません。
Te sumimasen, I'm sorry for. This time we have an expression used to show that you are sorry for doing a certain action. So all you have to do is simply put any verb in the te form, then follow it by sumimasen, and it will express to the listener that you're sorry for doing that action. Perhaps you're late for a date. You could say, okurete sumimasen. I'm sorry for being late. Or perhaps like here in Snatcher and you happen to be a robot, you could apologize for not being able to help.
キリアン、私、お役に立てなくてすみません。
Gillian, I'm sorry that I'm not able to help. So yakunitatsu means to be of help, yakunitatte nakute, to not be able to be of help, sumimasen, I'm sorry for.
足跡を取っていないので、ご協力いただけると助かります。
仕方がない。私がサポートしてやろう。
Next we have te yaru. This is a piece of grammar that is actually the casual form of te ageru, to give to someone or to do for someone. But this is more casual and mostly used in spoken Japanese in casual situations. Depending on the context, it can be a more casual way of saying te ageru, like here in AI Somnium.
仕方がない。私がサポートしてやろう。
It can't be helped, I'll give you some support. So here, saporto means support. Saporto shite ageru would be the polite way to say I'll give you support, but here he says saporto shite yaru, so he's speaking casually. Yaru can also be a much more rougher way of speaking to your inferiors, like this expression, koroshite yaru, I will kill you. It would sound a bit weird to be translated like, I will kill you for you, right? And that's because this use is a little bit more like just do, rather than do for, like seen here in Dragon Ball Fighter Z.
貴様を地獄に送ってやるぜ
You bastard, I will send you to hell. So, 地獄に to hell 送ってやるぜ. I will send you. So, てやる can both be the casual form of てあげる or it can be a quite rough and emotional way of saying that you're going to do something.
ずいぶんギリギリだけど新学期に間に合ってよかったね。
うん。じゃあいただきます。
てよかった. I'm glad that. This next piece of grammar that you put with the te form is te yokatta. And this is used when you are wanting to express that you're glad that some action was done. For example, if a romantic interest of yours said to you,
会えてよかった.
then good news sounds like they're very glad that they met you. This means I'm glad that I met you. Oh, to meet, I'm glad that we've met. Or like here in Boku no Natsuyasumi 3.
新学期に間に合ってよかったね。
It was cutting it quite close, but I'm glad that you made it in time for the new school term. So here, mani ao means to make it in time, mani atte yokatta means I'm glad that you made it in time. So this yokatta actually comes from yoi, meaning good. So it's the past form of good, so I'm glad it was good that whatever verb is connected.
で好きに暴れろ。任せろ。そういうのは得意だ。まだかよ、ビーダイ。その剣使ってるところ見たことないぞ。
Teiru tokoro, in the process of doing. And the final piece of grammar that we have at the N4 which uses this te form is teiru tokoro. And this is used to express being in the process of doing something. This can be used to express doing an action right at this present moment, or something that you're doing right now in general. Like for example, 勉強しているところ. This means that you are right now studying. You are currently studying. And if you were to break it apart literally, tokoro means place or scene. So it's like the scene of doing that verb. There's this image of you doing that action right now. I'm in the place of doing this thing. And this is just like the previous use of tokoro that we saw, which was ta tokoro, that really gives this feeling of something happening very recently or right now. Here, teiru tokoro is right now because teiru is the continuous form. So like here in Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core.
その剣使ってるところ見たことないぞ。
I have never seen you using that sword. Or literally, I have never seen you in the process of using that sword. I haven't seen the scene of you using that sword. So, tsukao is for use, and then tsukatteiru tokoro is presently using.
油断するな。こいつは絡ましマヨネー。ただの女ではない。
どうせあたいは男よ。外見は明らかに女性としか思いませんが。ふふ、けど女でも男でも強いものは美しいよね。
Temo and demo, even if, or even though. This next piece of grammar is very useful to express even though, or even if in Japanese. Quite like all of the other examples that we've seen, you need a verb or adjective or noun in its te form, and then you simply add mo afterwards to mean even if. So like yasukute mo, even if it's cheap, kawanai, I will not buy it. Or tabete mo, even if I eat, onaka ga sukimasu, I am hungry. Or for example, like with nouns, kodomo demo, even if it's a child, dekiru koto yo, it's a thing that you can do. Or like here in this example from Chrono Trigger. けど女でも男でも強いものは美しいよね。However, even if you are a woman or even if you are a man, those who are strong are beautiful, right? So this is a very useful piece of language to show that even if you do something, dun dun dun, or even if you are something, dun dun dun. おねと警察は何かあるとすぐに道路を封鎖するので有名なんだ。と Whenever A happens, B also happens. To here is used between two statements to show an incredibly strong connection between the two. In fact, it's so strong that whenever the first thing is the case, the second thing will occur. Like for example, 毎日ピザを食べると太ります。If you eat pizza every day, you will get fat. This shows a strong correlation between the two events. 毎日ピザを食べる eating pizza every day, and 太ります getting fat. Simply by putting to in between these two, it connects them with this strong connection. It's often translated as whenever A happens, B also happens, like seen here in Mother 2. おねと警察は何かあるとすぐに道路を封鎖するので有名なんだ。The Annette police are famous for blocking the roads as soon as something goes wrong. So here, the translation is not quite as clear, but the first statement, 警察は, as for the police, 何かあると, whenever there is something, すぐに道路を封鎖する. They will immediately close off the roads. So here, the connection is seen with as soon as the first thing happens, so too will the second. And that is how you use this use of to. This is quite often used to express general truths or facts about something. Like if you eat something every single day, the general truth or fact is you will get fat.
これ教室か？
これでわかったろ？ここは主の心が映し出したもう一つの現実なのさ。
鴨志田の現実？さっぱりわかんねえよ。
歪んだ欲望が具現化した世界と言ってもいい。
と言ってもいい。You could say, one might say, or I'd say. This next expression is used to express that someone might say something. You could say something. I might say something. The literal translation is even if you said that, it would be okay. So using the temor form that we saw previously, even if, and then it's followed by e, which means okay or good. This is a set phrase, however, so you cannot change it around. Used like in the following example from Persona 5, where Morgana says,
歪んだ欲望が具現化した世界と言ってもいい。
One could say it's a world in which one's distorted desires have materialized. So here he is giving a suggestion for how one might describe the place that you are in. So he's been asked what kind of place it is, and he's saying you could say it's this kind of place. So following the exact words that might be said or you could say, you then follow that with to, the quoting particle, then itte mo ii. It's okay to say it, to mean that you could say, one might say, or I'd say. This expression can be used with kanji or without kanji, so keep your eyes out for either form.
僕としずえさんという方の2人で24時間サポートしてるからいつでも相談に聞いてちょうだいね。
Toiyu, called named. Toiyu is a piece of grammar that has a wide range of different uses with different meanings in each context. For the N4 level, the focus is on learning the most fundamental function, which is to show what something is called, what someone said, or what something is named. Like for example, the country called Japan. Nihon toiyu kuni. So here we can see what is being given the details comes after toiyu. And what it's called comes before toiyu. Kuni here for country, Nihon is exactly what it's called, so the thing that it's called comes first, Nihon toiyu kuni. So in a similar way, Matto toiyu hito, the person called Matt, or the person named Matt. Or like Geimu Gengo toiyu channel, the channel called Game Gengo, or the channel named Game Gengo. Or like seen here in Animal Crossing, 僕としずくさんという方の2人で24時間サポートしてるからいつでも相談に聞いてちょうだいね。Me and a person called Shizue will give you support. So, 僕 means me, と is and, so 僕と Shizue という方, the person called or the person named Shizue. Kata here is a formal, polite way of referring to this person. So, this person called Shizue. Shizue toiyu kata. Now, the to in toiyu, because it's the quoting particle, it can be contracted to te, like seen in this example from Near Reincarnation.
ここは ケージっていう場所なの？
Is this the place called the cage? And so, to can often be contracted to te to be used more casually. The reason for this is because both to and te are the quoting particles, just different levels of formality. And so in any grammar point that has to being used as a quoting particle, it's very common that it can also be used or seen as te to make it more casual.
おじいちゃんから聞いたの。あの神の岩には大地の精霊様が宿ってるんだって。小さい頃からずっと16歳になったら神の岩に登って大地の精霊様に祈りを捧げなさいって言われてきたけど。
と言われている。It is said that. Next, in Japanese, if you want to say that something is said in a kind of passive sense, like for example, it is said that Japanese are hard workers, you could say 日本人は勤勉だと言われています。Kinben here means diligent or hardworking, and then directly following the thing that is said with the to particle, the quoting particle, and then iwareteiru, the passive continuous form of saying to say, iu. So it is said that whatever comes before the to particle. So like seen here in Dragon Quest XI.
小さい頃からずっと16歳になったら神の岩に登って大地の精霊様に祈りを捧げなさいって言われてきたけど。
It has come to be said that when you turn 16, climb the boulder of the gods and say a prayer to the deceased spirits of the land. So here we can see that the thing that's being said by others in the passive sense comes immediately before the to quoting particle. Or like you see in this example, its casual version, te. And this expression is often used to talk about common expressions, common things that people say, like wise sayings, or common things that people know, or it is said that it is this way. So for example, it is said that this year's Olympics will be likely to be cancelled due to the coronavirus. You could say, 今年のオリンピックが中止されると言われている。
竜？この砂漠には竜がいるとは聞いていたが、
と聞いた。I heard. Now, if you were wanting to quote something that you had heard, you could do that by simply following the exact quote of what you heard with と聞いた. For example, if you heard that a game was really interesting, you could say このゲームが面白いと聞いた. So you are quoting that this game is interesting. このゲームが面白い with と聞いた. I heard that. Or, like seen here in Breath of Fire 4, この砂漠に竜がいるとは聞いていたが、I had heard that there is a dragon in this desert, but here, to wa is performing the same function as to would for this grammar point, so what they heard is この砂漠に竜がいる. There is a dragon in this desert, followed by と聞いた, or here, と聞いていた. I had heard that.
最初にこの世界に来た時、不安で仕方なかった。でも今は不安も恐怖も感じない。むしろ気持ちが高ぶってるように感じるんだ。これはまだ俺の中に闇があってざわついているんじゃないかと思ったんだけど、それでもない気がする。
と思う to think. To express exactly what you think, you can do quite like the previous two examples and simply follow what you think with the quoting particle to followed by omo, the verb to think, to say that you think something. Perhaps you are thinking of studying abroad in Japan. You could say, 日本に留学しようと思っています. I am thinking of studying abroad. Or like here from Kingdom Hearts 3.
これはまだ俺の中に闇があってざわついているんじゃないかと思ったんだけど。
I thought that maybe there is still darkness in me. Or like this other example from Kingdom Hearts 3.
俺もこれまでの力を失っちゃってさ、ヘラクレスに聞けば力を取り戻す方法がわかるかもって思ってここに来たんだ。
I thought that if I asked Hercules, I might understand a way to restore my power, so I came here. So here in both of these examples, the exact thing that he is quoting he thought is shown just before the to particle, or the te particle. So like in this example here, 力を取り戻す方法がわかるかも. I might understand a way to restore my power って思った I thought.
もう何が何だかよ。何だったんだよあれ。城とか鴨志田とか妙な猫とかどうなってんだよ。
とか among other things such as or like. Toka is usually used to list multiple examples, though it can be used only once with one example, and this will imply that you could say more examples, but you're only saying one. This means among other things such as or like. So I might say, 私は Final Fantasy とか Nier Automata とかゲームが好き. I like games such as Final Fantasy and Nier Automata. So you can see how these are not the only games that I like, but games such as these are what I do like. They're examples. And there is the implication with toka that I like more as well. That is how you use toka, like seen here in Persona 5.
何だったんだよあれ。城とか鴨志田とか妙な猫とか。
So here, the speaker is trying to guess what that place was that they just went to, and so he lists a whole bunch of possible theories and things. So here he's like shiro toka, things like a castle, kamoshida toka, things like kamoshida, myona neko toka, things like that strange cat. So you can see here that toka's function is to list multiple different examples of whatever it is you're talking about. Whether it be things you like or things you want to understand, it's a really useful piece of grammar. Where to is very definitive, it's this and this, but toka is like this and then the potential of other things, things like this.
小僧、なんでお前ごときがと言いたいところだが、その瞳の色、もっと注意しておくべきだな。
Tokoro, just about to or on the verge of doing something. Tokoro, to mean just about to or to be on the verge of doing something, is used with verbs in the casual non-past form. So, 出かけるところです。I'm just about to go out. Or 信じるところだった。I was just about to believe it. Or like seen here in Xenoblade 2.
なんでお前ごときがと言いたいところだが、その瞳の色、もっと注意しておくべきだな。
So here he says that he was about to want to say, why does he have that kind of power? But then he realized that he should have paid more caution to the color of his pupils. So perhaps the color yellow of his eyes implies some sort of mysterious power that he is referring to. But the key thing here is 言いたいところ. I almost wanted to say, or I was just on the verge of wanting to say. So again, we see another example of this tokoro really putting emphasis on this present moment, this thing happening right now. But in this way, with the casual non-past form of verbs, it means that you're about to do the thing. You're just on the verge of doing it.
どれくらいの月日が流れたのだろう。長い長い年月、私は待ち続けていた。
続ける to continue to 長い長い年月、私は待ち続けていた。For many long years and months, I have continued to wait. Here the character says 待ち続けていた, and this means to have continued to wait. So to do this with other verbs, first you need to put the verb into the mas stem. So you put it into the must form, hashirimasu, to run, and then hashiri, get rid of the must, so that's now the stem form, and then hashiri tsuzukeru, to continue to run. Or perhaps you intend to continue to study Japanese, you could say, これからも日本語を勉強し続けるつもり. I intend to continue to study Japanese from here on. So just like hajimeru and owaru, this again you put the verb in the stem form with tsuzukeru to say to continue to do that verb.
Domo, Neko-san.
Domo nya.
うわ、本当に喋れるんだ。
毎日おはようって言ってるんやよ。Te, named or called. As I previously mentioned, here finally is te, the casual quoting particle. So whenever you see this te, just know that it functions exactly the same as the to quoting particle, it's just the casual form. So like here in this adorable upcoming game Sumire. 毎日おはようって言ってるんやよ。So here the cat here is speaking with the little girl saying that, hey, I've been saying hello to you every single day, because she only just recently gained the power to be able to hear the cat's voice. Often you'll see the exact words that are being quoted here in brackets, like here you can see Ohayo is exactly what the cat said that he said every day. Other times, you will need to just read within the context of the sentence what is being quoted exactly. Another great example here from Sumire again is when she goes to enter the shrine and she says, 神社へ入るときは必ず手を洗いなさいっておばあちゃんが言ってた。おばあちゃん said, whenever you enter a shrine, always make sure to wash your hands. So this time what she is quoting is everything before the te particle here. So 神社へ入るときは必ず手を洗いなさい。So here you can actually see the words that her grandma said. Wash your hands every time that you enter the shrine. ておばあちゃんが言ってた。That's what grandma said.
戦争は変わった。国家や思想のためではない。利益や民族のためでもない。金で雇われた傭兵部隊と作られた無人兵器が果てしない代理戦争を繰り返す。
Ukemike, the passive form. And now, finally, onto the passive form in Japanese. We learned a similar form, the potential form, previously. However, please take very special care not to confuse the two. The potential form, while at times may share similarities in the way certain words are conjugated, they are not the same and often follow very different conjugation rules and very different meanings. So please be careful. So we've talked about how passive language is used in Japanese, and here we now have the verb form that turns all verbs into passive verbs. This means the focus is on the action itself rather than who is doing the action. This makes it at times feel distant, polite, or maybe even a little bit cold and unconnected emotionally to the situation. To form the passive form, we change the ru in ru verbs to rareru, which is the same as the potential form. But this time, you cannot drop the ra in rareru. That is locked on for passive. Next, for u verbs, unlike the potential form, for the passive form, you must put the verb in the negative form and then remove the nai and replace it with reru. So, kao, to buy, would be kawanai, get rid of the nai, kawa, kawareru. Or iu, to say, would be iwanai, get rid of the nai, iwa, iwareru. Just like how we saw previously in to iwareteiru, that is the passive form. Suru this time has its own form for passive speech, and this is sareru. And kuru has the same as its potential form, korareru. So let's take a look at some examples first from Metal Gear Solid 4.
金で雇われた傭兵部隊と作られた無人兵器が果てしない代理戦争を繰り返す。
Mercenary units hired for money and manufactured unmanned weapons are repeating an endless war. So here we have two examples of passive verbs in one sentence. The first is yatou, to employ or hire, here seen as yatowareta, be employed. And then we have tsukuru here for manufacture, seen as tsukurareta. So we can see in both cases, the verb ends in an areta sound, yatowareta and tsukurareta. And so here, the person who's doing this action is not clear. Who is hiring the mercenaries? Who is manufacturing? We don't know. That's because it's said in the passive form. Or like seen here from Animal Crossing. 本日はキャンプサイトに宿泊のお客様が来られています. Here we have Shizue, the kind of secretary of Animal Crossing, saying that today a visitor has come to stay at the campsite. And the passive form of kuru to come has been used. This is both the passive form, but it's also a use of keigo here to show respect to the customers. As previously mentioned, speaking indirectly can be a way of speaking kind of respectfully towards someone. We can also tell that she's speaking in this form because she uses the o in front of kyakusama, and that is also honorific speech. Another example of this polite use of the passive form is here from Langrisser. Here, the literal translation would be something like, Father, what is being said? Which is clearly strange if you look at it just as the passive use. But when you consider that it can also be used as a form of respectful keigo speech, you can see that he is clearly using that in this situation, as he's not only talking to his father, but also a king. And so being respectful and not speaking so direct of his actions is something that it calls for this situation. So just remember, the passive form is different from the potential form, even if it shares the same conjugations for ru verbs. And also that the passive form is used to show that an action is happening kind of indirectly, without directly stating that action, it's being done. And this can actually be used in keigo and polite speech as well, because speaking indirectly can also be polite.
どうした？顔が真っ青だぞ、ベネディクト。
ロラン様、若様、どうか落ち着いてお聞きください。オートにてレグナン王が処刑されたそうです。
父上が？なんということだ、父上！
ロラン。お気持ちはわかりますが、悲しんでいる余裕はありません。
Wa ga wa. A but B. This next piece of grammar is very commonly used to express a comparison between two things, often taught in textbooks with this kind of textbook example. Hiragana wa kakemasu ga, kanji wa kakemasen. I can write hiragana, but I cannot write kanji. So, here we have a sentence with two wa particles, and a ga particle in between the two statements. This is a clear sign that the sentence is comparing the two together, because the wa particle has this function of comparison. Here speaking of one's writing skills, that you can do one but not the other. Something wa dekiru ga, something wa dekimasen.
お気持ちはわかりますが、悲しんでいる余裕はありません。
I understand your feelings, but there isn't any leeway for mourning. So here, the first fact is accepted, so his feelings are understood. However, and now we have the other side, that is the thing that he cannot accept or allow. There is no time for mourning. So just like I can write A, but I can't write B, here is I can understand your feelings, but the next thing we don't have time for.
とにかくすっごく嬉しい。これも水五郎だからこそ感じるものなのかな。あ、水五郎、感動してるね。やっぱりね、ここ水五郎なら住みやすいだろうなって思ったし。
安い。Easy to, likely to, or prone to. Next, we have how to say that a verb is easy to do, kind of like the opposite of nikui. But it can also be used to express that someone is likely to do something, or they even have a tendency to do something. To form this, it's exactly the same as nikui. Just put the verb in the must form, then drop the must. So, tabemasu, tabeyasui. Easy to eat. Kiku to listen, kikiyasui, easy to listen to. Or like here in Pokemon Dungeon, やっぱりね、この水ごろなら住みやすいだろうなって思ったし。 I knew it. I thought it would be an easy place to live for Mizugoro. Here we have sumu to live made into sumiyasui to express somewhere being easy to live. Perhaps it's due to its great location or its comforts. Regardless, this is how you show that something is easy to do. So, tabiyasui, kikiyasui, sumiyasui.
残念だが、出世街道は諦めない。
やっと追いついたぜ。やっと。At last, finally. And at last, we now have the adverb used to express, well, at last. Or finally, barely, or narrowly. And it's used before the thing that you finally are able to do, or can even be used just by itself, like yatto. So, like here from Suikoden 2, after just barely saving you in the nick of time, your savior says, Yatto oitsuita ze. We finally caught up. So this shows that he's been trying to oitsuku for some time now. He's been trying to catch up, and only now was he finally able to catch up. As I just mentioned, it can also be used by itself to simply mean finally or at last, like seen here in the final Suikoden game ever made for the PSP.
やっとかよ。
あの子は理論より実践が好きなようだな。
Yori, than, rather than, or more than. Yori here generally has two different uses in Japanese. The first is to say rather than A, B, or B is more something than A. Like here, 英語より日本語が難しい. More than English, Japanese is difficult. Or more naturally put, Japanese is more difficult than English. Or it can be put in front of adjectives by themselves to simply mean more of that adjective without needing another thing to compare against. Like, よりいい作品を作りたい. I would like to make a better product. So here it's not clear what it's better than. Perhaps it's just better than it was previously. In this use, it doesn't matter as it can just be used by itself in front of the adjective. Here, E for good, yori I meaning better. Or like seen here in Witcher 3,
あの子は理論より実践が好きなようだな。
that child appears to like practical more than theory. 理論より実践が好き. More than theory, 理論より she likes practical. 実践が好き. So it can be used both as a comparison between two things, or you can just make an adjective more, like よりいい, even better.
心配しなくてもいいよ。この新兵器がある。さっきの忍者と同じステルス技術だ。フォックスハウンドに支給される予定だったんだけどね。
予定だ. Plan to or intend to. Next, we have a nice and easy piece of grammar that is used to show that you plan or intend to do something. To use this, simply put it after the dictionary form of verbs or nouns with the no particle in between. So for example, like 大阪に行く予定だ. I plan to go to Osaka. Or 旅行は2週間ぐらいの予定です. My plan to travel is around 2 weeks. Or like seen here in Metal Gear Solid.
フォックスハウンドに支給される予定だったんだけどね。
Well, it was planned, however, to be supplied to Foxhound. So here, Otacon is talking about the invisibility cloaks which were planned to be supplied to Foxhound, but they never were. So as we can see, yote in all of these examples talk about your plans. Whether it's a verb plan, ikuyote, or it's a plan that uses a noun, for example, 2週間ぐらいの予定, a plan for about 2 weeks.
遅刻。あいたた。
おい、大丈夫か？どこも怪我はないようだな。ちゃんと前を見てないと危ないぜ。
Yoda appears, seems, or looks as if. So, we've already learned a few expressions already at the N4 level that expresses how someone seems, appears, or looks like, and now we have Yoda. This differs from the others in that yoda is based upon your own reasoning or judgment of some information. It appears a certain way, perhaps because you've thought about it and that makes sense, rather than something you've heard or saw. This reasoning and judgment can still be based on information that you see, but it needs to be this first-hand information. So, like here, 彼女は嬉しくないようだ. She doesn't appear happy. This might be because you see her facial expression, or maybe it's because of a vibe she's giving off. Maybe you sense something from her. Regardless, yoda is used here because the speaker has used some of his or her own reasoning or judgment and then came to this conclusion about this person's apparent state. You can use it with verbs in the casual form. It looks like it has begun, hajimatta yoda. Nouns with the no particle, so yume no yoda. E-adjectives by themselves, like tanoshii yoda. Or na adjectives with the na, like nigiyaka na yoda. So, like in our first example here from 13 Sentinels. It appears like you aren't injured anywhere, right? So here, the boy is likely making this judgment based on the fact that she doesn't seem to be in apparent pain, or perhaps he can't see any injury. Regardless, this is his judgment or reasoning that she appears to not be in pain. Or, like here from the video game that once spurred the classic meme, "Oh, your base arm belong to us," 何者かによって爆発物が仕掛けられたようです. What happened? Someone set up us the bomb. Or in Japanese, it appears an explosive was set by someone. So, we have here shikakerareta, the passive form of shikakeru, to set a trap or to plant an explosion, and then it's followed by your desu. It appears to be the case. Now, as I mentioned with mitaida, this is the same as mitaida. However, mitaida is a little bit more casual than yoda. And so you are more likely to see yoda in written speech or formal situations, and you're more likely to use mitaida in spoken situations.
なくした足が、指先が、右腕が痛む。なくした体の、なくした仲間の痛みが、いつまでもうずく。まだここにあるように。
Your knee or your na, like, as, and similar to. Next, just like how soda can be used to modify nouns and verbs with so na and so ni, so too can yoda be used to modify them with your na and your ni. The same rules apply to your, where this is used to express someone's reasoning and judgment as to why something appears to be a certain way. Like here from Metal Gear Solid 5, where you finally rescue the tortured Miller back from the enemy, and here with his phantom limbs, he explains that.
いつまでもうずく。まだここにあるように。
So his phantom limbs throb like they are still here. まだここにあるように. Here, the verb that yoni is actually attached to has come earlier in the sentence, uzuku, to throb or ache. As we've seen previously, sometimes for artistic or dramatic effect, word placement can actually be moved around, and that's what's being happened here. So he says, その痛みがいつまでもうずく. That pain forever throbs. まだここにあるように, like it's still here. Or like seen here in Triangle Strategy.
このような時こそしっかりしなければ。父の無念を晴らすためにも。
Precisely in times like this, we must stay holding on. So, このような時, here meaning times like this. Referring to the very difficult situation they face being chased out of their own land by the enemy. And finally, like here in this example from Valkyrie Profile.
助ける。助けるとは一体どのようなことを指す？
Save him? What exactly does saving him indicate? So here in this example of yo, we can see どのようなこと. What kind of thing? So in all of these examples, just like we saw with so na and so ni, we can see that the ni goes with verbs and the na goes with nouns, like we have here, yo ni uzuku, it throbs like that. Yo na toki, a time like that. Yo na koto, a thing like that.
我々は墜落した隕石を魔の石、ソーサリーグローブと呼ぶようになりました。
よになる to reach the point that, or to come to be that. The next piece of grammar here, yo ni naru, is used to express reaching the point that, or coming to be that. So for example, if you study Japanese a lot, you will study to the point that you can now speak Japanese. たくさん勉強したら日本語を話せるようになります。We can use this expression with verbs in the dictionary form, so like I just said, 話せるようになる, or in the nai form. So if we have a look at the example here in Star Ocean.
我々は墜落した隕石を魔の石、ソーサリーグローブと呼ぶようになりました。
We have come to call the crashed meteorite the magical stone, the sorcery globe. So here it expresses a period of time passing to now reach this stage where they now call the stone a certain way. So they've come able to call this stone the sorcery globe. Or, like seen here from Animal Crossing, when looking at the review of my lovely island, I find this note written. 兄の移住がきっかけで遊びに来るようになりましたけど、本当に素敵なところですよね。The chance happened because my older brother moved there, so I've come to hang out there. But it's really a wonderful place. So, 来るようになる to reach the point of coming. And so this usually indicates some sort of maybe struggle or journey to get to a certain point. Whether it's get to a certain point of being able to speak Japanese, or here get to the point of being able to come over and just hang out.
しないようにするね。目をつけられたら困る。
まるで過激派のセリフね。ボックスポピュラーに生涯を捧げるとか言ってる連中と一緒にしないでちょうだい。
よにする to try to or to make sure that. よにする this time is used to express that you try to make something a certain way or that you make something a certain way. You use it also with verbs in the dictionary form or the nai form. Like this example, 毎日日本語を勉強するようにしている. I am making sure that I study Japanese every day. Or I am trying to study Japanese every day. Or like here in BioShock Infinite. If it were me, I would make sure to not talk about that kind of thing. So here's showing that in this world there is a very strict regulation on what you can and cannot say, and he is trying to not let his true thoughts out in public. Shinai yo ni suru means that you are going to make an active effort so that you don't do that verb. Here is hanasu, to talk.
先生、そんな時にいたのか。いやあ、フェイじゃないですか。いらっしゃい。大丈夫かい先生、そんなとこで何やってるんだ。ちょっとこのランドクラブを改造してやろうと思いましてね。
よと思う thinking of doing or planning to. Next up is yo to omo, and this time it's a different yo than what we've just been looking at. This yo is actually the yo from the volitional form. So let's study, like 勉強しよう. So if we wanted to say I'm thinking of doing something or I'm planning of doing something, like for example study, we can say 日本語を勉強しようと思っている. I'm thinking or planning to study Japanese. And so this is how we express thinking of doing or planning to do something in Japanese. We put a verb into the volitional form followed by to omo, because the volitional form can show this intention. So it's like I'm thinking of intending on doing this, right? I'm planning on doing this. Or like seen here in Xenogears.
ちょっとこのランドクラブを改造してやろうと思いましてね。
I'm thinking of just remodeling this land crab for a bit. So here, showing his intentions of doing the action. He hasn't yet done this kaizo suru, this remodeling of the land crab, but it shows that it's his thought, his plans, he's thinking of doing this, and so that's why he said, Yaro to omoimasu. I'm thinking of doing it.
ダミの大統領人形は見てきたっすか？まだならぜひ見てきてくださいっす。すっごくよくできてるっす。
Zehi, by all means, certainly. Zehi is quite a useful little adverb here that means by all means, certainly, or definitely, and it's used generally to recommend or urge someone else on to take a certain action. It's often seen as kind of like an invitation. For example, an invitation for someone to come to your house or your shop. Like, ぜひ今度うちへ遊びに来てください. By all means, next time, please come to my house. Or for example, if they wanted to entice you to try some of their delicacies, they might say, ぜひ食べてみてください. Or like seen here in Final Fantasy VIII, being recommended to go check out the dummy of the president if you haven't already. And so here, ぜひ見てきてください. Please, by all means, come take a look.
懐かしいな。
そうだの。
全然変わってねえってばよ。
全然ない. Not at all. This next piece of grammar is one that often gets poorly explained in textbooks and in schools. 全然ない is used to express not at all. Like, for example, not at all being able to speak Japanese. 日本語が全然話せない. So, in the classroom, you may be taught that this means not at all. I even just said it. And it certainly fits a lot of the time, but instead, if you think of it as meaning totally, then you'll see how it can be used beyond what you were taught in the textbooks. Generally, you're taught that you can only use it with negative verbs. In fact, I've even seen it written in the textbook in brackets saying only with negative verbs. Like seen here in Naruto.
全然変わってねえってばよ。
It hasn't changed at all. Great, a perfectly fine translation. But in actual fact, zen has slowly become more commonly used with positive verbs as well. And while this may get you marked incorrectly on a test, again, this is one part of how language is ever changing and evolving, and zen has definitely become completely normal to use with positive verbs, even if it's wrong according to the grammar textbooks, like seen used here in Initial D.
圭介さんの新しい FD すごいですね。音なんかも全然違うっていうか。
Zen, wholly, entirely, completely, and totally. Zen 違う, completely different. But wait, where is the negative verb? What's going on? In fact, zen is very commonly used with positive verbs, especially in spoken Japanese, and this is where thinking of it meaning totally is a kind of one-stop answer to both situations. If we go back in time now and look at the Naruto example, the village hasn't changed at all. This same sentence, you could also say it totally hasn't changed and it would pass as being the exact same meaning. So now with this use of the positive zen, like zen daijoubu, it's totally alright, or zen kawaii, it's totally cute, or zen nemui, I'm totally sleepy. Or even negatives, zen shiranai, I totally don't know. We can see that in all of these uses of zen, it's always this extreme case. It's the extreme case of something not changing, zen kawatte nai. It's the extreme case of something being cute, zen kawaii. So while your Japanese teacher at university or school may teach you that this is incorrect Japanese, the matter of the fact is that it is used, and it has been commonly used in Japan for decades, and it will likely be continued to be normalized as more and more young people continue to use it more and more. And so while, yes, it can be translated as not at all, I personally like to look at it as totally, because we can use that for both positive and negative situations. And it properly expresses the extreme nature of zen. 周囲を凍りつかせて獲物を捕まえるが、口が頭の上にあるので食べづらい。づらい。Difficult to do. And now, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations! We have now finally reached the final grammar point for this video, and you have now learnt every single piece of grammar for the JLPT N4 level in one single video. Here to finish it all off, we have づらい. Difficult to do. But wait, haven't we already learnt how to say this with nikui? Yes, but if you remember, I mentioned that there was a second way to express a verb being difficult to do, and here it is, づらい. The difference between the two can again be seen when you look at the kanji of these two pieces of grammar. Nikui comes from 難しい, to be difficult or complicated to do, like the actual process is challenging in itself. But づらい comes from つらい, something that is painful or difficult emotionally or physically. And here is exactly what the difference is. So to use it, you simply put a verb in the stem form followed by づらい, and it will mean that the verb emotionally or physically puts a burden on you, so it's difficult to do. So 言いにくい means that something is difficult to say in its process, but 言いづらい means that it actually pains you to say something. Or like here in the Pokedex for the hilarious looking fish Octafish. 周囲を凍りつかせて獲物を捕まえるが、口が頭の上にあるので食べづらい. It catches its prey by freezing its surroundings, but its mouth is on the top of its head, making it very difficult to eat. So this incredibly unfortunate fish has a mouth on the top of its head, and so eating is a painful thing to do. And so here, づらい is used to show the distress that the poor fish has to go through just to eat food with a mouth on top of its head. And that's it! Congratulations everyone! You have now completed the JLPT N4 grammar. I hope my explanations weren't わかりづらい. Whew, and that was a big video. So congratulations everyone, otsukare-sama, thank you very much for watching. I hope that you found this video helpful. This was a really big project for me. You may have noticed it's been over a month since I last released a video. I have not been slacking off. I have been working something like 10 to 12 hour days every single freaking day this whole month. And I've only just barely managed to get this video out. So it's been an absolute monster. So I hope you guys have managed to enjoy this video, and hopefully you enjoyed the N5 video as well. I really like this kind of video. I love how it's kind of a complete contained video. This is absolutely every single piece of grammar that you need to learn for the N4, all right here in an easily accessible format that's quite enjoyable to watch as it progresses through all of these different video games throughout history, as you get all this review through grammar and you can pick up some vocabulary on the way. I really like it. Hopefully this size of this video isn't too much. I wanted it to be more like the N5 video, and that was my plan. I thought it was only going to take about 2 weeks. The N5 took about 2 weeks, and that was crazy work. This time it's more like a month plus. And the size also seems to be about twice the size of the N5, so the N4 has definitely been a real challenge to make. So I hope you guys enjoy. Please consider supporting the channel through Patreon. I really do appreciate it. It definitely helps keep the channel going and continue making these types of videos. So from now on, I'm going to be moving into the vocabulary series. I'm now going to be going back to work full time, so my vocabulary series are much more easier to make than this ridiculous video that takes me a whole month to make. So I will be looking at trying to release a vocabulary episode once every 1 to 2 weeks, as often as I can. That's pretty much all I'll be working on until the summer holiday. I'll just keep on making a vocabulary series. So I hope you guys look forward to that. Sorry everyone for keeping you waiting for episode 3 for the vocabulary series. It's just that I really wanted to get this project done because it's a real big one. And I think this is going to be a really good way to start off the year, start off the semester with just this absolutely monster of a video. And I was actually just thinking while making this video that I went to university for 4 years, and the level that my university prepared me after 3 years of study, 3 whole freaking years, I still didn't even get halfway through the N4, okay? You guys right now, having watched this video, have gotten more out of it than I did from going to university. So I don't know if everyone else's university experience has been the same as that, but for me it's definitely not that great, the whole university thing. When I went to Japan it was amazing, but university in Australia was really slow pacing. So hopefully I can actually manage to give you guys a better education here on YouTube than I got at my own university. And hopefully it's already a lot more fun going through video games. I'm having a really fun time reliving all of my favorite video games as we kind of go through all of this, and I think for the N3 I will be slowly collecting examples over this year, so it may be summer break or it may be winter break that I aim to do the N3 video, but I'm just going to slowly get examples because this has been a really tough month for me making this video. So I hope you guys appreciate it, I hope you guys enjoy it, and thank you very much for watching and enjoying the channel, and I hope you look forward to everything that I continue to make into the future as we go and collect and learn every single piece of Japanese through video games. So as always, I want to say an enormous thank you to all of the supporters on Patreon. Thank you so much for all of your support. You guys are freaking amazing. Really, thank you so freaking much. And a huge thank you to all of the people who contribute to the Discord community. It is such a special place. I know I keep on saying it, but I really do appreciate every single person on the Discord. Thank you so much for all of your contributions to the community, being such wonderful people. I have not met a single bad person yet on Discord, so you guys are just amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. So as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all again next time. See ya.